Hi everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Sorry, we had a bit of a hitch there to start off with, but we are ready to go now. So interesting start to the day. We saw a big move down on the US dollar on the currency side yesterday. Big declines in some of these risk off markets like the stock indices and the cryptocurrencies. And today, certainly in the currency markets and in gold, we're seeing kind of counter trend movement. So let me just show my screen and kick it off with a bit of euro dollar. Okay, so this is kind of where we are for the day so far. So yesterday, obviously, we had that really powerful upside rally for euro dollar. Topped out early this morning, made a bit of a false breakout to the upside. And since then, the pressure has been a little bit on the downside. Now, I'm kind of standing aside on this one for the time being. My bias is to the upside, obviously. But the way I'd like to see a little bit of encouragement from the buy side first of all. So maybe we get back above 113.60. That would form a W-shaped bottom on the intraday chart, and that would give me a buy trigger for euro dollar. But at the moment, I'm just letting the corrective move play out. So just stepping back a little bit on the time frames. So for me, euro dollar is in a multi-month, multi-year bull trend, which started back in September 2022. So we saw the first leg up, wave one. We saw a correction, A, B, and C for wave two, which based out in January this year. And from that point onwards, we've seen kind of swing correction, swing correction, swing correction, swing correction. So we're in a kind of a nice steady upward trend. And I believe that 2 weeks ago, we saw the end of this last correction for euro dollar. So we had quite a powerful move to the upside, 1, 2, 3 consecutive very strong green weeks. We had a kind of a bearish dark cloud cover almost engulfing weekly candle. And then we saw a corrective decline. So 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, 3.5, 4 week decline going to the swing low 110.65. So from that point onwards, we had that upside break last week. And that for me really confirmed the bottom of the correction. So the break of 112.65, that really confirmed the bottom of the correction. Boom, a very strong move to the upside last week. And this week really has really just been about consolidation. So we're just literally consolidating last week's strong upward candle. So I think by the end of this week, we're probably going to be not a million miles away from where we closed last week. So that for me, going into next week, that'll be a lovely kind of 1 week correction of a 1 week powerful advance. So that for me will set the stage for the next leg of this uptrend, which should really target, well, certainly should target, and then much higher on a longer term view. Where we are. Hey, Igor, how are you doing?
Hello, Howard.
All well?
We had a technical glitch. How long did you hear live? Did you?
Yeah, no, I've been on there for the last 2-3 minutes or so, just talking through euro dollar. So,
excellent.
So
just continue. I will be later. No problem. Thank you.
Perfect. So this week has really just been about consolidation, consolidating last week's powerful up week, which really has kind of kicked off the major trend to the upside. So for me, it's really just a case of looking for the kind of the buy opportunities really for at least a retest of the swing high. So moving onto the daily, we have. Let's just squeeze that up a little bit. So there's the corrective move that we looked at before. And then since then, we've based out and it looks to me like we've made a 5-wave rally, 3, 4, 5 from the low. So corrective pullback, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves up, usually tells you the direction of the trend. So 5 waves to the upside tells me that the major trend is still up and that we are resuming that major uptrend. So it's really just a question of we've seen the correction, or at least the first leg of it, of this rally from the corrective low. Powerful rally yesterday, and as I say, today we're seeing a bit of a reaction lower after yesterday's powerful advance. So for me, I think this could be a trade for Monday, really, coming in probably on Monday and looking to buy strength as this market starts to go higher. So that's really how I'm going to approach euro dollar from a trading perspective. I don't want to buy it just now because it may well continue lower in this range, but I want to buy strength when the buyers are coming back in. So maybe on Monday we start to see this thing push higher and break out to the upside. So that's really my kind of strategy on euro dollar and most of the dollar pairs, I would say, actually. So moving on to sterling dollar, otherwise known as cable. Weekly wise, we have obviously the same kind of picture as euro dollar on the multi-week, multi-month outlook. In that we formed a major low in September 2022. We saw the first wave up, followed by an ABC correction for wave 2, and then since that point, back in January, like euro dollar, we've been trending higher. So this for me is the early stages of wave 3, which should take cable sterling dollar much higher on a multi-week, multi-month basis. So zooming into more recent action. So as I say, last week was interesting because we had that corrective pullback 1 to 3 weeks from the previous swing high. So it got a little bit overextended up here. People were taking profits around that swing high, and we saw a corrective pullback. But on this week, 2 weeks ago, the market went down a bit like here, sprung back up, and closed near the top of the range, so in the top side of the range. And that usually is a good indication that a correction has ended. Bit like here, and I think there's another one, certainly on the downside, that one there. And there are many more examples, but for sure, this one here where the market sprung down, sprung back up again, and that's the bottom of the correction. Next week, boom, like that. So that's essentially what we've seen on cable. So short term, after last week's powerful rally, this week has been about consolidation or chop, just correcting back after that push higher. And interesting how broken resistance is becoming support. That's something that we often see in a bull market. That's normal market price action, where broken resistance, like here, becomes support on a correction. So we're seeing that kind of action this week, where we've literally retraced about half of last week's candle, and we're finding support around that point. So quite a nice place to think about buying previous highs like that. So onto the daily. Igor, if you want to chip in, please feel free to make some comments if you see anything that.
No, I just this day I agreed 100% with you. So many, all that setup, US dollar, euro dollar, everything the same. Actually, I will just tweak little different indicators and different ways, but the bias and everything is completely the same. So please continue, and when you finish, I will continue.
Perfect.
No problem.
Gotcha. Thank you. Gotcha. Okay. So onto the daily chart. So obviously this is the correction that we saw here, corrective low, and then again a bit like euro dollar, where it looks to me like we've got a kind of a 5-wave rally from the. You can actually see it clearer on the intraday chart, which I'll show you. But from this corrective low, it looks like 5 waves up, and then we've had a correction of that 5 waves. So this is the ideal place for a 5-wave move to correct to. Let me just go onto the intraday chart because it looks pretty good there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's bring that back to the hourly and move it along. Okay, so what we have here is 1, 2, 3, and this is your kind of fourth wave of the lesser degree. This is where corrections usually should be basing out in an Elliott wave sequence, and that's wave 5. So this is the correction of that 5-wave sequence. We're in that zone right here, right now, or at least we tested it early in the session. We've had a bounce, and now we're coming back in for a second attempt by the looks of things. But this is the big area here, not too far, around 134. So we might get a second bite of the cherry before it bases out and gives us a buy opportunity going into Monday. So as with euro dollar, looking for a buy opportunity, but I think Monday might be a better time to do it once we've seen the formation of today's candle, and we come in on Monday and we look to buy the breakout on Monday. So that's sterling dollar, otherwise known as cable. Onto dollar yen. So dollar yen's been a bit more choppy because the yen crosses have had a good saw a good bout of strength. So obviously the big picture for me is still a bearish big picture, in that we are on the weekly chart, we're topping out after a long bull market from 2011. So we've had that big push up to 161.95, back down to the previous support level. Base is out, bullish engulfing candlestick. Up we go. A, B, and C. This for me was the dead giveaway that told me that the trend, the previous uptrend is finished when the market comes back down here. So you've got A, B, and C. That's a 3-wave move. They are against the trend. 3-wave moves are usually against the trend. And since that point, obviously, we've been declining, making lower highs and lower lows. So as with euro dollar, as with sterling dollar cable, the outlook for me long term is bearish. So moving closer in to more recent action. So again, we got another bullish engulfing at the same place as the last one, interestingly enough, right here, big support, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing. So big support just below 140, I would say. But this time it's a bit different, because if you look at last time, 1, 2, 3 weeks later, the market is up here. 3 weeks later, the market is up here. 3 weeks later, we've been up, and now we're coming back down again. So it tells me that the sellers are coming in at lower prices, which is a bearish phenomenon. Easy for me to say. So looking more at more recent price action. So we've had this bounce. This to me appears to be a completed corrective bounce. And now we're starting to break down in what looks like the early stages of the move, which should take us down through this support. And once we break the support, I think it's going to be a really violent move down once it goes, because it really is turning the major trend from up to sideways to down. So once we get below here, there'll be a lot of stops triggered if we can get back below this point, and it will be quite aggressive. And I think, Igor, you have something to say about the interest rate situation a bit later on. We can come back to that.
Related
to the yen.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll you can expand on that a bit later. So more shorter term. So this week we had an attempt at the upside, snap back down, and here we are. We're on Friday. It looks like we're going to form another one of these upper shadows, which is not very bullish. Upper shadow if we stay here, and then again maybe we're getting ready to go down next week. So we'll see how that one shapes up. With regards to current trades, so I've got nothing going on really on the currency side today. The only thing I've got on at the moment is crude oil, where I've been bearish on crude oil for quite a long time, and it's been a bit painful the last week or so. But let me just explain to you what I'm doing on crude oil. So crude oil, we've had that big descending triangle which it broke down from a few weeks back. So you can see the big support line here. So up it goes, back down again, lower high, lower high, lower high, right there, down, last lower high, acceleration. So we've broken through it. The bears have won the battle. Snap back. Bears, the buyers struggle here. Down we go again. Base is ahead of the low. Up we go. But here we are again, struggling in the same kind of area, because we've got so many people that are along this market above this line who are struggling basically. and using the bounce to get out. So as I say, I've been, for the last week or two, I've been trying to get the top, and it's been a little bit difficult because it's been quite choppy on the short-term charts. But so my current position is short, I think around 60.25 on this particular thing. So yeah, basically I sold into this bounce very recently. So I'm looking for this thing to maybe start to break down. Maybe later on today, we could see the move today. In Elliott wave terms, we have had a so that's the swing low. So we've had a corrective bounce, pullback, corrective bounce, and now we are starting to. You might even want to call that head and shoulders top, possibly. I think the right shoulder is nearly up as far as the left shoulder. We've got a slightly higher head, not as high as it should be, but you get the point. A lot of people, again, are long above this 60 level, the line in the sand. So this could well be the move that finally breaks it. We'll see. But that's what I've been playing on. And it looks to me, just looking at the more shorter term structure, this move here looks like a three-wave move, A, B, C.
Yes.
So A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wave C. So that is a bit like wave 1, wave 2, and here we are, early stages of wave 3. That's how it looks to me. I may be wrong. I've been wrong over the last day or two, but it's that's how it's shaping up. It looks to be a really good area to sell when you think about the bigger picture. So I'm looking for the market to start to break down, and then I'll be targeting these lows, maybe like 600 pips below where we are now. So that's what I've got on right now. The other stuff I'm just waiting for Monday, really. So I'll hand you across to Igor.
Thank you. So let me start with a couple of the things related to the my longer term bias, and then I will talk a little bit about today trades. And of course, if anyone had any question, please ask in the comment section. So let me start first from this point. So what I'm looking for right now. Okay, this is something that I a little bit analyzed the last 1 minute, which is not interesting. This is the US dollar index. So as we can see, yesterday, just an open moment, we got one really I can say a crazy news related to the Supreme Court, and news about Donald Trump that all these tariffs are not legitimate. And after that news just to shake the market, which push US dollar too high. However, after that, it was not some fundamental news. It was just a rumor. It was not the total decision or something like that. And of course, US dollar started to go down, and everything was nice. And after that, as you can see, beginning of this day, we started to go up again. And now we have some kind of manipulation.
Do you want to show your screen? Sorry, Igor. Are you showing your screen? Are you showing your screen?
Okay, no problem. I didn't press the button. Thank you. Sorry, I missed this. So what's happened right now is that we have some kind of the push end of the day when we reach the level 1.351 for British pound dollar, 1.1370 for euro dollar, and as you can see, 99.1 for US dollar index. And after that, everything started to climb and to be a little bit crazy in that moment. So what is this movement of the euro dollar and British pound dollar? I hope that right now the US dollar index are testing. It's just testing the resistance. I'm watching the 2 minute chart right now, just to want to see where will be the support for the British pound dollar. We are very, very close to the resistance for the US dollar. It's about 99.6. We are here right now. And right now, it's happened that we touch this resistance in 1 minute chart I'm watching. It's a little bit lower time frame. But I hope that this will hold right now. I hope that we will, yes, we reach this moment. We just reach the ultimate support for the euro dollar, British pound dollar, and we reach the high for the US dollar index. And I just want to see, will this hold or not? So this is the question right now. I'm watching what will happen here. This is the moment. This is the moment of truth. So I'm just watching, can we hold this or not? I just watch this moment. Please watch, because this is very important moment to this day. I hope that price will start to reverse from here. I just watch. Sorry, because I'm monitor this moment. Oh, unfortunately, we're very, 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 very close to the support. So what I think, and I will just tell you, I know that when you look this, it's little bit strange, and we can ask the question, what's happened right now? Why is this happening? So and so on and so on. But the question, what time? So I will go to the British pound dollar, and I will tell you what is the hack here. If we go on a weekly chart and we analyze last, I think 5-6 years, we will see several times that we were in the same exactly moment like this one. So exactly the same. Everything was the same. I know it's a little bit fuzzy when I'm talking about, but it was December 2020, then January 2021, and a couple dates. So we reached 1.356, for example, for British pound dollar, and then we go down to retest the previous resistance, now support, and that level is right now around 1.345. So this moment, we just made retest. And this is something that I watch, because I think that right now, I think it will start to reverse and go up. I just wait for a couple pips up or down. So I think this is the interesting moment for the traders right now, because right now we are forming support, and we are bouncing from between the support and resistance. And I think that this day will be ended in that regime. So I will back again related to the British pound dollar. So what I'm looking for is for the British pound dollar, see that the this week was around 1.356. And then now we're retesting the previous resistance, now support. And after that, when I analyze all that moments in the past, the next price level for British pound dollar should be 1.362. So it's around 30-40 pips above the highest high that we had previous week. So this is the moment that I just want to see, and I'm really clearly watch that. So I hope that I don't know, it'll be today. I don't know that, but I think that right now, in this moment, we can maybe create some kind of the interesting trade. I will maybe create a live trade right now, because this can be interesting, and for me and for traders to share this setup. I will just transfer to the trading platform if anyone looking right now. So this is the trading platform. Just a moment, share a screen. Okay, this is the trading platform. I will show you. Yes, okay. So I will enter another trade right now. Buy trade, and my stop loss will be 1.344. So this is my stop loss. My take profit will be 1.362. So this is the 20 pips risk and 160 pips profit. I know it's a little bit crazy, but this trade later I can modify. I can a little bit, change the target and move the stop loss, etc., etc. So this is my swing trade that I want to enter right now. So this is the major idea. Okay, now I'm back to the trading view. This is my trade for you, just to see that. I'm back on the trading view. What do you think, Howard, about this trade? Do you have some suggestion?
Yeah. No, I say my idea is to wait for Monday, really, because I personally like to buy when the market's trying to go up, rather than buy into the weakness. So a little bit different kind of, I'll join. I guess I'll join you, but when you're in some profit.
Of course. But as you can see, this is the reaction. This is the reaction. This is the level, very important level. It was today's support. Now we retest this support. I expect reaction. And I think that now price will just go up. And today we will reach 1.35 maybe, but we will oscillate somewhere between that two levels. The Friday is usually like that. Nowhere land, nothing special. So I think that price will not go too much lower or something like that. I think the price will just play around here, and I think that price will not go below 1.344 today, based on the daily average range, based of the bias that I'm watching. Let me just show you. I will just delay this because this is not good. Look, there's the chart relative strength index indicator. So just now we touched my, and I expect that now price start to bounce, and then during the Monday price will just break this resistance trend line and go up. So this is the something that I watch right now and want to see. So of course I will monitor this, and in the future I hope that I will have more good buys for this. But of course you're right sometimes, but I'm doing this sometimes on Friday because I know that the Friday is boring day. And I know if the Friday is the last Friday in the month, usually the volatility is the lowest during the Friday. And just because of that, I know that we'll have a 60 daily average range, 70 for British pound dollar. That was the last five times. And we are around that right now. So, and I'm purchase on support. So I think that this trade is interesting, and I hope that this price will hold. Of course, it will play. Yes, yes,
All good.
everything okay?
Yeah. All
Okay.
good. My side. All good. Yeah.
My camera is just there is a frozen moments when I watch myself to the camera. But I hope. Do you see me right now and hear well?
Yeah. Gotcha.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you hear me right now. So,
Yep.
like I said, the price will oscillate around the support, and I think that price will go up and be 55 and 1.35, the bigger and stronger move there. So this is the my plan for the next days, related to the British pound dollar. The euro dollar, I'm watching right now, same strategy. As we can see, the euro dollar was a little bit stronger, the British pound dollar. As we can see, we reach a little bit higher high, but as you can see, if we so euro dollar, because it was a stronger, I think that would be some kind of the stronger pullback, but I don't think that we will go too much low. So right now I will just watch the price and see where it will go. Sometimes I think the last week and the 2 weeks earlier, when we were together, Howard, I noticed, for example, that usually 1 hour after the opening range, we hit the lowest low or highest high, and the
Yeah.
next few hours we just play around that levels. So I noticed that. So I think that we can be in the same mood again. So this is something that I just want to see next 1 hour. That in that 1 hour we will stabilize and find the support or resistance, and then the price will start to go in reverse, like last times. So this is the moves that I'm watching here. Like I said, US dollar index, euro dollar. If we want to watch on the weekly chart or daily chart, I'm still very bullish British pound dollar and euro dollar. We are really on some kind of resistance right now, but there is a chance that we can go higher and reach new highs. So I will just be patient and wait for that. So this is the plan for the euro dollar and the British pound dollar too. About US dollar Japanese yen, the similar thing. However, but what I don't like, the price is really boring here. So boring. I think in the moment when yen is strong, US dollar is usually strong. When the yen a little bit weaker, that day the US dollar is weaker. So price just oscillates in some zone, and it's really boring. I'm watching. I want to see down here. This doesn't look good. Really doesn't look good. So even the time, like I said, bearish, and I want right now, just because of the maybe US dollar, I don't feel comfortable to enter into any trade. But my bias is bearish here. Yes, this is the little bit bullish week today. But okay, it's not the end of the day. Maybe US dollar can go down and something can change. But this is it. This is it. It's a little bit boring. 1 day up, 1 day down, and we just oscillate without any bias related to US dollar Japanese yen. Now the things that I'm watching too is, when we got the news related to US dollar, we got really push. I just go to the daily chart just to show you something. So when the tariff and Donald Trump, we started to go up, and it was really good push. And then, as you can see, last 2-3 days we're sideways. sideways here. There is a small bearish divergence here. So I really don't have any bias for S&P 500 on the intraday level. However, if you watch daily and weekly, I'm bullish and I want to see new highs. But right now we are in some kind of the sideways market, and I just want to see the new high to see maybe the push to the ultimate high. So I need at least one engulfing bullish or stronger daily candle, so I can see that. This is like I said, S&P. Then what I'm looking to, I'm watching, of course, all US dollar pair. We just go here. Yes. So the Aussie dollar is when well,
Back in the range.
I repeat that all the time. When we got this strong push in April, last several days we're really in choppy market. It's just sideways. Today is a bearish day, but of course I want to see bullish Aussie dollar as any pair against dollar. So maybe today. So this is not the end of the day, but it looks a little bit intraday bearish. So like I said, for Aussie dollar, I would like to wait for the bullish push during the Monday and next days. So this is my plan for Aussie dollar. Very similar situation. I'm watching that too, but I do not enter this. Yes.
So it's a similar situation to before, I think, February, when the stock market.
Hear the question, Howard.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear, but it's a similar situation to, I think, February or whenever it was, when the stock market made its all-time high. And from that point onwards, the Australian, the Canadian, and the New Zealand dollar underperformed euro and sterling and Swiss and yen. So it could be one of those situations where the stock market is struggling and the Aussie is back in the range for a bit.
Yes. But like the Aussie, Kiwi, and Canadian dollar are. And usually when this export problem with China, problem with anything export import problems in the economy, usually these commodity currencies suffer. So I think that these countries will suffer from the Donald Trump tariffs, and this is so okay. I'm watching them, but I don't like to trade these commodity currencies.
Yeah, so a bit boring at the moment.
Because I think that bigger risk reward. Do you hear me well?
You keep cutting out, actually.
Okay, I will right now stop my screen. You can continue, and I will try to enter again in the studio. Maybe there is some glitch here.
Got you. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Let me share my screen then. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, we're just talking a bit about the stock market. So interesting what's happening on the stock market. This one's the NASDAQ. So obviously we are in a bull trend for sure, but I guess in a similar way to how sterling dollar was struggling at the previous high, although this is a little bit below the previous high, to be fair, clearly a lot of resistance up here on the NASDAQ. We're starting to get a little bit of struggling. Now, this looks like we're going to be forming a long upper shadow on this week's candlestick. which if we close here or around here in the lower part of the range, then that might be good to kick off a deeper correction going into next week. So I think for the first time in a while, starting to get a little bit concerned about the stock market struggling up around on the approach to these highs, these big highs in this region. So NASDAQ seems to be struggling on this approach. So it might be worth, if you're long stocks, I think it might be a good idea to hedge or to take some profits or whatever, just to kind of bank some of the profits that were made on this after this bullish engulfing candlestick, and up we go. So I think, as I say, I think we're struggling in this region, so it could be good to attack it from the short side if you get any signals on that. On the daily, on the NAS, we can see this kind of failure. So we had the powerful rally after the gap, powerful rally, sideways, nice typical correction, normal kind of correction. Then up we go to a new high, but yesterday we had this bearish outside session, So that's usually a bit dangerous if you're long, particularly at the top of the market and after an upside breakout. So we broke through this level. A lot of people are buying the break of this level. You can imagine people buying the break of a level, and then slam. We get that bearish reversal candle yesterday. So I'm a little bit concerned, a bit cautious that we might be seeing some kind of correct, maybe back down towards this support level. Maybe we make a range and then we base and go again. But for the time being, I'm a little bit. If I wanted to, if somebody said, got my arm behind my back and said make a trade on the NASDAQ, I'd be selling the NASDAQ. I wouldn't be buying it right here purely because of what we've seen the last a few days. So it looks like maybe it wants to come back down towards support. So major trend is still up for sure, but at the moment I think we've got a bit of a risk situation now. On to the S&P, just to get a bit of to see whether they're doing the same kind of thing. I think they are. Obviously major trend is up for sure. The kind of pullback that we had based out at the old high, resistance became support, normal technical market action, and obviously we bounced, bullish engulfing candlestick there, up, and then last week new high, back down, and again this week new high, and here we are below the midpoint of this week. It's unless we see something really really good to the upside by the end of the day, again like the NASDAQ, it looks like maybe we're starting to struggle in this resistance region, and it could well be time for a bit of a correction. So again, same kind of idea for me, in that the S&P had a typical correction, broke through the swing high, people buying the breakout, and yesterday we got the reversal day, and today so far we're not doing much against it. The buyers are coming in, but there's no upside momentum. So this could be like a small candle today, and maybe Monday we start to head a bit lower. So I'm just a little bit concerned about some of these stock markets, and I guess crypto is a similar kind of thing, because sometimes they do the same thing, whereby Bitcoin, I guess similar to this situation here maybe, although it's a bit of a longer time span here, but previous swing high, you break through it, struggle, and then the market starts to go the other way. So here, so we've broken through the big high, the all-time high, 109.5 or so here, and now we're starting to struggle a bit. So I don't know whether it's going to continue or whether it's a kind of a temporary reversal, but again a little bit concerned about what's happening on these markets. This is the daily. So again, a nice steady uptrend, swing correction, swing correction, swing correction, swing, and now pull back, lower high, lower low. So it may be an ABC correction and we go to new highs, but at the moment I'm a little bit concerned that if we don't hold around this level, the previous high 105 7 or thereabouts, and we're a little bit below it now. But I don't think I'd want to see it much below that point from a bullish perspective. I'd just be a little bit concerned that maybe we want to see a deeper correction. So so back to you, sir. Back to you, Igor.
Okay. Can I share my screen, Howard?
Yep. Go. Actually, I'm just looking at James. Hi, James. Can you
Hello,
show your
James.
chart? Can't see what you're talking. Which market were we talking about? Is it the NASDAQ, S&P, or Bitcoin? Please let me know, and I'll go back to it.
Please ask James whatever you like. You have 2 coaches only for you. Only for you. Just please tell which chart, James. Howard will show you.
Oh, I see. Okay, but all clear now. Sorry about that. It came through a bit later. Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead, Igor. Go ahead and
no problem.
Go for it.
Okay, no problem. So I will just show what's happened right now with the trades. So look this. This is 1 minute chart, just to see how markets can be very, very predictable. This is insane. So we already made 15 pips up on 1 minute chart, and now we are going again to the 1.35, and this day will be finished somewhere between. And this is the something that I'm starting to look more and more often right now, because we can spot on the chart this kind of the movements. And the biggest mistake that I had in the past related to trading is that I was not ready to wait for the low price or high price, and I enter in some trades sometimes that is not enough low price for buy trade, enough high price for the sell trade. So what I want to tell you is that around 1.345 is really big support. And entering in this, I feel comfortable. Even there is a chance that my trade will be closed and I will lose, 15 pips on this trade or something. It's not important. The most important thing for me is when I see all that alignment that exists. For example, I'm watching British pound dollar on 1 minute chart. Everything is perfect here. I watch this triangle pattern. So we have a up. So we have before, when I see the choppy price during the day, I was out. And now I said to myself, I can analyze the choppy price, and I can draw using the relative strength index indicator and trend lines. I can draw all that moves, and to wait to touch important price level and then to enter into the trade. So I can do that every single moment when I want to enter into trade. But if I have the edge, for example, my edge is to buy British pound dollar. So my goal is to wait. Today I had 3 opportunities. 1, 2, 3. This is the 3 opportunities for myself to enter into buy trade. And I made one 20 minutes ago. But the good thing is now price can push higher. That need to be correlated with US dollar index too. So I will go to the 1 minute chart just to see how that looks like. The 1 minute chart, maybe 5 minute chart is a little bit better. So what's happened? We were on the highest level today. This is the highest level that we have for US dollar index, a little bit more than that we had during the European session. And what's happened? This is it. That support zone that we have, and for British pound dollar, and that resistance zone in US dollar should hold. And usually during the Friday, we will never see the new highs and new lows, only if some major push made during the Thursday. But if the last several days were choppy, without new highs, new lows, or something like that, usually Friday will be boring, boring, boring. And I really like boring Friday, but my goal sometimes during the Friday just to pick the low that I will use later during the Monday, Tuesday, etc. Because I remember the last week or 2 weeks ago when I was with you, Howard. Um, I had I think I remember that we, during the Friday, for British pound dollar, we reached 1.325 level just during our session. And then price went to 1.33 on the end of the day. And next day, everything went up and we are right now 200 pips above. So sometimes during the Mondays, I can catch the lowest low point and the highest high, and that catch can help me to be better in trading and everything. So
Yeah, so that's a
chasing
nice
for the low and high
that's
is not good when you chase, on the.
yeah. So that's a very
Yes,
nice
please.
observation. Very good.
Yes, the good thing is, for example, I will just show you again, because I didn't. This is the dollar index. I'm showing again. So we are a little bit. This is the manipulation. We just a little bit higher than European session, but now we are going back. Any candles, 50 minutes, 1 minute, 5 minutes, you will see that this bearish candle is really, really high here. And this is something that I want. But I know that this low that we several times touched, maybe I will not have the chance to touch that low during the Monday. And this is why I'm entering this trade. I will just show you that on this screen. Maybe I will go to the a little bit like this. So this blue line is 1.3 for just to see 345 level. As you can see, this is the previous resistance. Now it's support. This is the reason called black swan event, because this move here down and up was just because of the news and Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure that this level situation right now, without this push, this is, I don't count this, because this is not official thing. This is something that's produced by rumor, by something that is not either fundamentals, either anything else. And it is something else. I will try. I will just put the that level that I'm really watching, and I think it will be really beautiful level. But I need maybe, yes, this is somewhere here. Yes, this is somewhere here, but we cannot see this level because it's too high. Yes, this is the level that I want to see next week. So I hope that next week will be really beautiful level, but I need maybe very interesting. And what I watched too, and I just want to share with you, related to the US dollar index. So just I think this was the 20 May or this was the 20 May or few weeks ago. And why I'm talking to, because few weeks ago when we were on 99.5 for US dollar index, British pound dollar, I was around more than 200 pips below, which means that right now, it's not just a problem with the weak dollar. The British pound dollar is strong. Euro is stronger. And this is why we have these movements. So if I right now need to pick one stronger, it's British pound dollar. And when I cross them, I'm pretty sure that that currency pair can hit new highs in the next weeks. And this is the something that a lot of positional traders and traders that hold their positions very long time are ready to do. And we can see that in COT reports. I analyzed the COT reports a few days ago again, and nothing changed. So maybe I can share the screen right now. I will just stop and share your screen. I hope that you want to see that. Do you hear me well? I just want to check.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Yes, excellent. Because one moment there was some problem, and I was really really like that. So just meanwhile, the James to know that I took a buy order for British pound dollar. I think that this support of around 1.345 will hold. I put my stop loss at 1.344, and I want only some ranging market during this day. Okay, and now I will show the US dollar index first screen and share new screen. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Excellent. There is some glitch with right now with a not connection, but there is some interruptions here. I see very often frozen window. So let me see that very soon. I attach the chart. Okay, just to put it on the screen. You don't see yet?
Not yet. Not through yet.
Okay, not yet. Okay, I'm waiting to see. There is some glitches here today. I hope soon that you will see.
Yep, just starting to come through now. Here we go. Yep, we got it.
Okay, I hope. Do you see?
Yep, I got it.
Just to press. Yes, I think that you see. Excellent. Finally, so I will just share the US dollar COT report. So what we're looking for are large speculators, a green line. This is the US dollar. So you can see how clear bearish move per US dollar, and nothing changed here. Even the institutional asset managers, the green line, but the chart below, the green line is a pure, strong bearish down. So the US dollar is pretty down. And now I will show you, for example, British pound dollar, just to see how that looks like, to see that British pound and futures. So we are watching only British pound without US dollar. And right now, you can see the trend is bullish. The trend is clear bullish for the British pound dollar. So we have one week currency like US dollar, one strong like British pound. So we can expect in next weeks the bullish bias. However, there is one problem. Today is the last trading day in May, and usually these reports they rebalancing their portfolios in the beginning of the month, so something can change in the first week of the next month. So it's crucial to check in June the first COT report to see are there any difference. And usually when we see slight difference, we need to wait a couple weeks to see that on the chart. But it's enough time to be prepared if there is some kind of the switch, which is really, really good. So like I said, we watch the large speculators and we watch green line. Now, I didn't show euro. I hope that we will see very soon now.
Yeah, your sterling's going very well. Good,
yes.
good trade.
So
good
entry. The euro is bullish for asset managers. Bullish too. I hope that we are pushing higher, but I didn't check lately. But the good thing is that in the longer bias, we can see the bullish trade for British pound dollar. So this is the something that I'm watching, and we can see right now that the US dollar is really weak, and that we can exploit for maybe longer term. So to be prepared to enter on the right price. So only that. And I will just check my trade right now. Can you tell me, because I'm waiting to see my chart, how is the British pound dollar right now?
75.5, looking good.
Wow. Wow. Excellent.
Nice,
So
nice entry,
really hard push. So 25 pips in just this is the something that just based on statistics, this is the I just went today in the early morning and I watch every single last Friday in the month, and I realized that it's so low volatility and so dancing between one low and one high, and when you touch the low and high, you just can play with that whatever you touch. But right now I want a longer term to be bullish, so it's a good that I'm entered on the support level. So it's really good. So do you have something to share, Howard? Some maybe bias or trade setup for the next week? Do you have some idea?
Yeah. So yeah, we did some of those majors. Let's go across to gold, because obviously gold is a good one. 1 second.
Excellent.
Let's share my screen now. So it's a similar kind of idea to the dollar against the major currencies. In that, let's so big picture, obviously bull market. Let's see. So zooming in, so we had this major high at 3,500 or so. We had a pullback, which looks like an ABC decline, an Elliott wave, 3-wave move down, A, B, and C. And you can see it a bit better on the daily. So again, so let's have a look. There's the major high. We had A, B, C, and then we're up here. So although you could argue that we're making a lower top, we've made a lower top, but it seems that we are finding some good support down here, because we've got this bullish engulfing from yesterday. We've got this breakout point here where the market really accelerated higher. I guess you could call that a fair value gap in here. So we've got the breakout point, which is what, 32.50 or so. We've had the pullback and it's been down to 32.45 yesterday and back up again. And today a little bit of weakness, like euro dollar, like sterling dollar, but not in any kind of aggressive way at the moment. So it looks to be, I kind of agree with you, Igor, in that the pullback that we're seeing today is most likely to be a correction of yesterday's move. I think yesterday's move kind of made the important low for gold, for euro, for sterling dollar. So I think this is kind of buying opportunity for next leg up. But as I say, for me, I like to buy when the market's starting to break higher. So I'm not gonna be catching the low like you do. I'll probably be catching the market as it. I got this move quite well. That was quite nice. I got the breakout, and I got this one as well. So I'll be looking to do a similar kind of thing, maybe Monday, if the market starts to break through these highs, as I expect it probably should do. So it looks like we've got major high, A, B, C. That's the end of the correction. I don't think we go lower than this point. That's the bottom of the correction.
Yeah.
That's the first leg up in a new bull cycle. That's the correction of it, I think. And now we're basing for the acceleration phase, the next leg up, which should take us to new highs on gold.
Yes.
But obviously, for me, from a trading perspective, I like to buy strength. So I'll be looking to buy as the market goes higher, probably on Monday. You could have a similar kind of idea that what you're doing today, Igor, that you're seeing the correction and you buy it now because you anticipate this is the end of it, and you get a nice entry. That's one way to play it. And that may be the way to go. That may be the way to go. So yeah, so I think gold is, and also not only that, we based at the old swing high as well, which is typical kind of bull market action. So the old resistance level, so acceleration, and we've just literally been trading above and into that support zone here. So a good place for gold to base out. Nice first leg up, nice pullback, and now the buyers are coming back in. So watch out for that on the upside next week as the dollar breaks down, as we think it probably will. Watch out for gold to make new highs, or at least new highs for this swing. Yes. So again, for me, that's another trade for Monday by the looks of things.
Nice.
So that's gold. We looked at oil. So oil, yeah, I'm kind of bullish gold, bearish oil. So you've got a bit of a spread trade there. So just going back to the crude oil again, I don't think we looked at the daily chart, but there's that key level above the market. So we had a swing down, retest, back down, retest the low, back up, retest the high, and upper shadow, top of the market, down, sideways. And yesterday we had that bearish engulfing, which looks like it's made a lower high within this range. So I'm continuing to play the short side and look for the market to break down and at least retest these lows and start to make a range. I think longer term, there is the chance that it could come down through this low into the the 40 region, but I guess that's really for the long term. If we find ourselves back up at 64, 65, then that will start to be very bullish. But for the time being, I'm playing the short side on that. So it's interesting how some of these commodities, they do different things. They don't always do the same things. I think I was looking at cocoa yesterday for somebody, and that looked like that was going to go down. Looked like it was topping out after a long bull market. So it's interesting how you can, within the commodity sphere, you can get different trends. Nice. That's that. We've done the stock indices. We looked at Bitcoin, dollar Canada. Let's have a look at dollar Canada while we're there. So for me, big picture is bearish. Obviously, we've got the let's get rid of that one. We've got that kind of major high up here. So big peak, and again the same thing here. Big major high, and then from the major high, we broke down, first leg down, correction, broke through, and now critically for this market, we are back under this old high. So this is kind of like a major level. It broke through, boom, up it goes. So there's a lot of people that are probably buying the retest of this broken resistance line, and now here we are, we're settling below it. So there are people that are trapped above this line. All these buyers are trapped above this line. So for me, it looks to be very negative, and we can head back down towards some supports. I'm not sure if I'm quite as bearish on dollar Canada as I am on the other dollar majors, but it certainly looks like it could head back down towards the big supports in this within this range. You looked at Aussie before, I think. We looked at Aussie. Kiwi does a similar kind of thing. Kiwi dollar. So in that, I guess a bit like dollar Canada, where we've got extremes for the market down here, like completely oversold, and again, good value, oversold down here. So it seems to rally from this kind of region below 58. So it seems to be quite cheap in terms of value. Technically, we had this kind of swing down, a corrective bounce, and then that big push down on the bad news on the tariffs, and then we had the bullish, powerful engulfing reversal week. So powerful rally at big support. So that to me suggests a major low in place for Kiwi dollar. And since that point, we've broken through resistance, and this looks like a correction for me. So that's the first leg up. That's the correction. Retest as well. Retest of the broken some resistance, and up we go again last week. So continuation, I think, to the upside. So up, slightly down, and next week maybe we start to go boom, accelerate. That's what it looks like for me. And then we've got some targets that coming up here. A lot of big resistance. 63.5 or so. So yeah, so I guess in line with the bearish dollar view, really. So not much is different on that side. So yeah, back to you, Igor. Back to you. I'll pass it back.
Okay.
How's the sterling doing?
Yes, yes, everything. I will just show you something how I usually what I'm doing while I'm in the trade and before I'm the trade. Sometimes I need to explain some moves to myself. So I will just show you something that I do very often. Just to put it on the screen. Just a moment. Here you are. I hope that you will see soon the chart. Very, I hope. Do you see?
That's
yes, you see it. Okay, excellent. Okay, so what I like to do, I go to the futures market and I add volume profiles. And what I'm looking for, I just want to show you something. Right now, we are at 1.347675. If you check, this is the point of what that means is the highest volume is around this price. Or in other words, during whole this day, I think that price oscillate and around this level the most. And it's really boring. You can see, for example, from 91.34 all day are that levels. And our goal as a traders to be so patient that price go in low volume area. I will just want to show you something. When we calculate the volume profile for this, so 4,000, and the level when I enter into the trade is 15. So it's a low volume, low volume profile point to enter into the trade. Because when you enter into the low volume profile, price will either stay there and just go in your direction, or it will just in a few seconds be broken and start to go in the other direction. So in trading. So the volume profile can really help us to know what to expect. So this is very low volume profile. And what is the good thing is all levels below this level are buying areas. A lot of defenders that will defend that price and buy. So it's a perfect perfect way to put the stop loss here. The very similar situation is around these levels, but we're far away. But the good thing is for today, there is this level here around 1.3490. There are a lot of buyers there, which would push a little bit higher. But the problem is it's a little bit messy. And this is the problem for traders. This is good point to make a target, because I know that price will oscillate there, and a lot of people will defend that area, which means it's at the target to point, talking about price levels where a little bit far away, good for resistance or support. We need to analyze that and thinking about that.
James has got a quick question on gold.
If I go a little bit here, just to look the bigger picture, we can see. Yes, please, Howard.
Yeah, so James has got a question on gold. Do we think that with the low for the day is in? I'm looking at a chart of gold now. I'm going to say no.
Yes, James. Oh,
yeah.
Excellent. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. I will open
the
gold chart.
Yeah,
I will give to you the gold here. So yes, we're on the low. So my comment is that this is the low volume profile here, and there is the defending. So I think that price will oscillate here without any push lower for the gold. I think that gold will finish. I don't know that for sure. I just see a little bit boring area, which price will only oscillate without any push more lower. So I think that this is enough for today for gold. What do you think about Howard for today?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to stand in the way of it. It looks to be a little bit weak at the moment. I could see a level on the chart around 32.66, but I don't think I'd want to jump in and buy it just now. As I say, I'd rather wait until the thing is stable on Monday, probably. Okay, can you hear me? Looks like you're frozen, Igor. Okay, yeah, James, did you hear what I said on that? Yep, can you hear me, guys? Great. Okay.
I can hear you, Howard.
Yeah, all good. All good. Yeah, over to you, Igor. Over to you.
Okay, if you want to share your gold chart, maybe to give some analysis for gold, Howard, for James.
Okay, sure thing. Yeah. Okay.
Just he can see maybe the bigger picture for today. I think we are nowhere, but maybe it will be something for the next week.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, intraday chart kind of with topped out, struggled up the top, and then we've heading down, made a new low for the session, a weak bounce, not as strong as the sterling bounce, and now here we are. We're kind of like having another look at the low so far. So I wouldn't really want to be buying into it at the moment. I can see 32.66 or so. We've got a little support level here, so possibly we could come down there. But for me, the trade is to wait until Monday, and then we can start to we can come in and we can see that where the market has based. Maybe we make the higher low around here, maybe a bit lower down, and then we come in on Monday and look to buy as the market is going 1, 2, 3 like that. So that's really my idea, just to let the market do its thing in the short term. Don't anticipate the turning point at the moment for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'm really out of all trades. Expect a British pound dollar, but this is the longer term. For today, I don't expect nothing. I just did this just to remind people that watch this session. I did this only to catch good low level, nothing more. Because I think that price will oscillate whole day and be somewhere in the middle on the end of the day. So this is it related to my trade. And for the end, I just want to tell everyone that we are to the end of this session. I wish you really a great weekend. James, thank you for your questions, and please be regular here. Ask any questions to all coaches. I hope that they will help you in your setups. Yes.
Perfect. So have a great weekend, everybody, and see you all next week, huh?
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Take care.
Bye, Howard. I wish you a great weekend.
Good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, let's just go with I'm good, thanks. How about that?
That's
Yeah,
a
I'm
bit
okay.
ambiguous, cryptic.
Yeah, look, I made a mistake today. I
Well,
made a mistake today.
tell me about it.
Well, you see, let me just define a mistake. A mistake is not a losing trade, right? A mistake is when you kind of deviate from how you see the trade and how you play the trade, right? That to me is a mistake. And that's what I've done today. I'll show you. Let me show you, right? It was on the pound US dollar. Oh man, I got the most beautiful entry. The most beautiful entry right there. Now, this horizontal line you see here, that is a weekly resistance area that we broke out of, right? And we came to retest it. And this is the 4-hour time frame. Couldn't find really something on the smaller time frames. So got an entry on the 4-hour, waited for the new candle to break this high, and that was my entry. My stop loss was just below there. Now that is an awesome, awesome entry. Now in yesterday's session, I mentioned like, don't worry if you've missed this. This is going to pull back. Wait for this to pull back, and then you want to see like basically like a divergence in price, right? That's one way you can play it. You can wait for the bullish candle, and then you wait for the new candle to break the last closed bullish candle's high, which it hasn't done yet. So if anybody was listening and waited for this entry, they would not have found that entry yet. But when I saw this divergence and that bullish candle, I decided to move my stop loss to break even. And that was the mistake. That was the mistake.
You got a wick.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm not one of those traders that move my stop loss to break even. I just don't. I believe in your stop loss should be placed at a point where the trade is being invalidated. At this point, you are wrong. That's the whole definition of a stop loss to me. So if you are, well, not you, me, the way I trade, if I get my entry there and I move into profit and I'm like, oh, let me move it to break even, your trade is not invalidated at this point. Does that make sense?
It does.
The trade is invalidated here. That's where the trade is invalidated. So even if I got stopped out, I would have been more happy with that because I did everything right. So to me, it's not about, my goal, like every month, is not to not have losses. That's not the goal. The goal is not to make any mistakes, right? So that's my goal, and I've made a mistake here. I've made a mistake here. So
Well, look,
I'm
not having a great day either, so we can share in the misery. I had a hard stop and file coin yesterday, and now a couple of my positions. One of my positions I'm looking to get out of, so we can share in the misery.
great. Well, not great, but yeah. So I mean, but in general, I had a very, very good month. It's been a great month. I had a lot of most of them worked out. Most of my trade worked out. I had a 1 to 11 trade. I had a 1 to 10 trade. I had a 1 to 5. This is risk reward ratio. There was a 1 to 3. So probably 5 trades, 6 trades. Not a lot of trades. And this one was the last one. And this is also a great trade. And I just messed this one up. So I'm just a little bit annoyed about that. But it is what it is. Okay, I just made it a bit more difficult for myself because this is like when you get a retest. You know, I love my retest. Everybody does. It's definitely something you should have in your playbook. And this is a weekly resistance that it broke out, it's a lot stronger than a 4-hour. That's for sure. So, it will take me a while to get over that.
So just to clarify, you just got a bit spooked, and that was it.
I didn't get spooked. I think I was actually preparing myself to get into a second trade.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought you implied that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was waiting for this. I saw that. I'm like, okay, it's game on, right? But obviously not ready for an entry yet. I had to wait. I always wait. My entry criteria is always the new candle has to follow through, and that's how you avoid. You can avoid a lot of losses that way, and this is one of them. But because I was prepared to set my to get an entry, and it was just looking very, very nice because we got that push to the upside. We got the retracement. This is exactly what we spoke about yesterday. I know you were in a different session. It was a bit weird not to see you in the session, but anyway. So then we spoke about waiting for a pullback, and then you want to see that bullish candle, and then the new candle just needs to follow through, and that's where you take the trade if you've missed this one. So that is why I moved it, but that was a mistake because this, if I did get the second entry, that's a completely separate trade from the first one. You handle, if you do get a second entry, it's a trade all by itself that makes sense all by itself, right? It's like it's another setup all on its own. So you don't just add for the sake of adding. So I moved it, and anyway, all right. But apart from that, it's been a great month. So my goal again for June is 0 mistakes. This is the only mistake I've made the whole month. So I don't think that's too bad. But yeah, I just gave away. I mean, the thing is now I've just made it more difficult for myself to find a good entry, because I am bullish, of course. But if you get an entry like this, bouncing off weekly, that's a dumb mistake.
We all make them. We're all human,
Yeah.
and that's the negotiation, right? That's why we're here.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, they're unacceptable. Come on, man. I mean, I should know better than that.
Well, yeah, we should. We all should. I mean, we've all done it though, and we'll continue to do it. And it might not be next month, but maybe the month after that, right? And I think it's obviously that because we all get distracted. Somebody knocks on the door at the wrong time. The phone rings at the wrong time. It all happens. Just stuff. You get distracted, and it's part of it. And I don't think it's particularly helpful for us to. I know you were joking a couple of days ago about the Messiah comment, but I don't think we should be presenting that. I don't think that makes traders set unrealistic expectations for themselves as well, and that can really affect their ability if they think, oh well, Paul always is just like he's banging them out. I'm not. Look at this live stream in a minute when I talk about it. I'm not. It's just we have bad trades. I get stopped out. Sure, it's part of it. We make mistakes. Just try and minimize them.
Yeah, no, you're right. So on the pound US dollar, now that I've put myself in this position, I'm going to have to wait for this to break, this resistance, and then I'm going to trade off this level, which is it's only 70 pips difference. It's not that much, right? It's like a full day daily ATR. But that's the level, okay, of interest. So it is Friday. We'll see. Maybe we're just going to be stuck in the range. But the other thing is, I may potentially get an entry on the smaller time frames. This trade I got on the 4-hour time frame, because if I just show you what price action looked like at the time, it was so messy. You see that? This price action here. Yeah. Very, very difficult to enter a trade here. This is where you're going to get wicked out. You're going to just like, oh, there it is, and then you get stopped out right there. Yeah. Or there are several places where you can just look at the next bullish candle and get in and just get stopped out. So when you get price action like this, and you're at a key level, you go up one time frame, and this looked pretty much the same. So I just kept going up until the price action was clean and calm, and that was on the 4-hour time frame. That's why the entry was on the 4-hour time frame. So this is that bearish candle closing below that support on the weekly, and then the next 4-hour candle, just beautiful inside candle, just closing back above. But the other thing also to note is, like, when you do get support resistance levels on longer time frames, especially like the weekly, the 4-hour, and I would say probably the 1-hour, those are the best time frames to look at when you identify those very strong levels on time frames further out, like the weekly and the monthly and so on. So yeah, we'll see what happens on Monday, but I'm definitely interested now in this level here. So if we can break out here, then that will be a double bottom. So in the new month, hopefully we can, like, you never know, maybe we come back all the way to that support and I get another entry, who knows, right? So yeah, so that's the pound US dollar. And then gold, I got out of my gold trade at, I'll show you now,
Hi, Andre.
Hey, Andre, 3275. Okay, 3275. So 3275 was over. You're just gonna have to bear with me here just 1 second. 3275. 3275. There. That's where I got out. Okay. I entered at that diagonal line. And the reason for that was just because, you know, we've identified the levels where it can potentially go to. And we've identified quite a lot of them. So the first one was, it's going to get busy now, that level there. You see that pivot? That was the first one. You may remember this conversation. I'm not sure if you were part of it. So, and we identified that level and obviously the very lowest point. And then we spoke about, like, yeah, but how do you know which level it's going to go to? Well, we don't know, but you are going to pay attention to, what's that?
I'm just saying, yeah, you're right, we don't.
Messy. Oh, yeah, so we don't know, but so what do? You have your levels you've identified, and now it's all about focusing on how price action behaves at those levels. So yeah, when I saw this candle here, and we were pushing up higher, that's what I got out. So got in right up here, that's why I took profit. And right now, you can see that we are, we're still below that trend, but I'm not interested in gold right now. So this, where we are right now, is not it's a very difficult spot to say, how can I put it? We're not at a key level, right? This is a very good area to enter, or the daily support where I took that other trade with the this level here. That was also a very good level. So key levels, trading off those key levels right now, for me, we are not at a key level, right? We are, even though I'm still definitely bearish at the moment. For me, it's a bit tricky because you are in this bit of a range here. That latest high and this latest low. So we pretty much bang in the middle of that. So I'm not going to guess what's going to happen from this point. So for gold, I'm just going to just stand back and let price action unfold until I get another clear picture. But gold has been very good to me this month. This is where I got that 1 to 11 and the 1 to 5, and this was only a 1 to 3, but they all worked, every single one of them. So it was just a beautiful month on gold. But all of the setups were at key levels, and it made sense, and they were easy reads, and they were pretty straightforward to trade, and that's how I prefer. Those are the setups I prefer, right? This overthinking, could do this, could do that. No, it's not. It's just not good. Okay. Yeah. So that's gold. Gold. I'm just standing back. I would like to get a bit of a clearer picture here. And then the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, we got that very strong bearish rejection candle coming off a resistance. But the only problem I have with that is that it's not happening at a key level. Yeah. So I don't like to trade, even double bottoms and tops and head and shoulders or engulfing candles or any of that sort. If it happens in the middle of nowhere, they're not very, they're not significant. They're not significant. So this rejection candle doesn't really mean too much to me right now. Okay. And I'm pretty sure there was some sort of news event. I don't know what it was. Igor mentioned something about, is it something that Trump did was deemed unlawful or something? What was that? Do you know about that?
You may need to narrow it down.
Okay. Right, yeah. Okay, but there was some news event, and overnight it just there was a massive move. This was the Asian session. It was just a big move, and then a
Well, what happened
reversal.
yesterday? we had the trade court nullify the sanctions, most of the sanctions, and then the appeals court very quickly put a stay on it, and now they're waiting for arguments. So it's been a bit that may have been the bounce on the relief. I think, I can't remember. So a lot has happened the last 24 hours.
Yeah, this was overnight anyway, but it just got completely wiped out. So that's what you see on the daily. Yeah, but I still hold the same position as I have for a number of days now. Well, we haven't really moved much. Okay, we're pretty much back at where we were 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2 weeks. We're pretty much back at that price action we were 2 weeks ago, and that was my take 2 weeks ago. It's like we could form just a lower high, or we could break out, and that certainly looked like we weren't going to break out. But we'll see what happens. But still, it's a case of it needs to go to the support level. If it comes to the support level, then you can clearly say, okay, we have just fell short. There's a divergence in price. We've got that lower high, and then that would make me bearish. But right now, I'm just neutral, right? I just think it can go up to the highs, or it can come lower here. But if that is the high, then we will get that, right? We'll get that, but we're not getting that because I said that over here, right? But it's not something you can trade. This is like, this can potentially happen from this point, but it may not be yet. Maybe over here, maybe there, maybe it goes all the way to the resistance area. Then I'll start to pay attention. Okay, is it going to break out and retest, or is it just going to pull back and completely fail? Then we'll identify the levels of interest and see if it finds support there and push back up. But right now, we're just in the middle of nowhere, right? And again, I'm not interested in just this rejection candle all by itself. Okay, so yeah, NASDAQ, my stance there hasn't really changed much. And then Bitcoin did break that neckline. So there's the neckline there. So maybe we can get a retest of 107.208, something around there. This is the 4-hour time frame, and if we reject from that level, we can potentially see price moving even lower. But Bitcoin is also something I haven't traded for some time. So, but it certainly, to me, looks more bearish than bullish. Okay, because we also broke that trend line. This is on the 4-hour time frame. We broke that trend line, and we also broke, the trend line, and also the neckline of this lower high. Okay, and then it found support. Now it broke the support. Now it's going to retest that. Now we'll see if it's going to break back above, or if it's just going to struggle and then reject. And then I think it's going to be a case of, okay, Bitcoin's going to correct even deeper. So it's a pretty kind of shallow.
I mean, we'll get into. There's quite a lot of competing signals at the moment, and I think, we've been talking about a retrace for weeks, and as it's normal, it's natural. We need it for good price action. So, I think, I'm happy it's broken down, because we're going to start getting some structure, and I think so. It's a good thing. Obviously, it's the term bearish is correct, but I think
correction, like a short-term correction and an overall uptrend.
Yeah. Maybe that's the language we should use. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll talk about it in a bit. But yeah, it's I'm glad it's broken down, because at least we've got something to trade. But yeah, definitely could come down a bit more. I mean, 100K is the next, 102 is the next line in the sand, I think.
Yeah. So I would like, for me, if I will watch this level here, 107.208. Okay, if we can come back here, because that is the neckline that it broke, right?
Yeah. So
if we can come back to that area and reject, then I'll probably be interested in the short, because this.
Would you wait for the confirmation of the swing low, or would you just short it at the line on the retest?
No, once I get close to once price action gets close to that level, because remember it doesn't always touch it. Sometimes it will just fall short. Sometimes it will just give it a little kiss. Other times it will pierce through. So it is going to be a case of looking at price action. I will look for on something like an engulfing candle. An engulfing candle has to be at least on minimum on the 1-hour time frame. So a bullish candle completely engulfed, like on the 1 hour or the 4 hour. But on the smaller time frames, if you go smaller, nothing smaller than the 15-minute, there I would like to see something like maybe a double top or a head and shoulders or something like that around this area here. Okay, that's how I would play it. But if it's not obvious, I don't just, because you see, this is very different to if you identify a very strong support level on the daily time frame, for example, on gold, right? You can get on gold. Let's have a look at the pound US dollar. You see, now this is a 4-hour time frame, but this is a weekly resistance area. This is a weekly resistance area. Now, this is a very strong horizontal line identified by a previous high. So yeah, this is just an inside candle on the 4-hour time frame, so that's pretty good. But if you look at Bitcoin, this is not the same. This is a neckline break, right? It's not as it almost falls into a different category. So you have your really strong levels where you can expect much bigger moves of, but this is not the same because this is just a neckline break. It's not really, I'm not sure if this is what was the previous high, 109? I can't remember what the previous high was. I can't look at it on this platform either. I didn't even have the other one open. But they're not exactly the same. So, but the approach is, it's probably the same approach, okay? But I'm trying to find the right words here. Yeah. See, if I get see on the pound US dollar, right, this little inside candle here. Now, if I see this very, very strong level on a daily time frame, I'll still look for a pattern. Okay, I'm just talking nonsense now. I mean, I'm trying to. God, I'm so sorry.
Everything's fine. What's going on?
No, no. Okay, I'm trying to say that there's a difference in the quality of the support resistance levels. So for me, this is not on Bitcoin. This is not as strong of a level that can hold compared to something like a daily or a weekly resistance or support level. That's all. Okay, that's the point.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So that's Bitcoin. We'll see how it behaves. It's 107 to 2.8. If I can get an engulfing or on the smaller time frames like a double top, something like that, I'll take the short. So those are the 4 markets. What's your take on the pound US dollar? Yeah. Do you think? Obviously, you don't have a lot to go off. But do you agree with this entry? This is a weekly resistance area.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Of course.
Yeah.
Andre,
you asked, is the pound USD reversal? You mean to the downside? Look, it's not impossible. I mean, it could just break through, but this is pretty strong. Yeah, I'm looking for an opportunity to go long, and I'll just wait for this level, either that level there to break, or for this to come back to the support level. All right, and then I'll just trade it from there. But I'm still bullish.
No, yeah, that's perfect. Bullish. I mean, Andre, that's the thing. Just draw lines in the sand to trade off. Right? Draw a line in the sand. Say if it comes down here, this is going to input data into my bias. If it goes this way and it crosses this line, it's going to input data into my bias, and then it'll give you a thing. And sometimes you just have to wait until it crosses a line for you to have an understanding of what's happening. So, good tip.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Andre? Were you waiting for the pound US dollar to go up? I was as well. I did think this had a very good probability to push higher, but it is Friday and this and that and so on. But we'll see what happens on Monday. But right now in the middle of this is not a good opportunity. Okay, definitely not, because we had, Andre, I know you didn't join at the beginning, but we did get that divergence in price, and we did get that bullish candle, and we didn't get the breakthrough. We didn't get that follow through. If we did, then this paints a very different picture. But once you break that structure here, once you break that low, now that changes the picture, and now you in this range. Now you're in a range. Okay, so you don't have that divergence anymore because it broke. So yeah, so those are the two levels you need to focus on for next week. And I think that is it for now. So please, Paul, if you don't mind, over to you.
Yeah, let's look at the let's look at my wasteland of trades at the moment. So yeah, so yeah, a little bit underwater at the moment. So let's just talk about CFX, which and this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, in a sense, about not messing with your trades. So CFX, we had a nice entry on support, but we were just messing around in this kind of area, unable to kind of, Bitcoin just wasn't giving us the momentum to launch. So I was in and out of profit for a little bit, but the premise of the trade was still intact. So just kept with it. And of course, you heard me discuss, and you just heard me every time I just start talking, she just doesn't like my voice. But we were talking about last week, of course, that this or early in this week, this diagonal line is the invalidation line, right? So the buyers could come in here and just give me an exit. So on the exchange, because I've lost this level, I don't want my stop to get hit. I'm hoping for a bounce now at just a bearish retest of this area. So I've switched my position to exit. So this is CFX, and this is where I want to get out of. This is my stop loss. So now I've had a candle body close below. Part of my plan was very straightforward. Try and wait for a bearish retest and get out exactly where I come in. That's my strategy. That's the way I'm doing it. And hopefully we'll have a bounce from Bitcoin to do that. The other trade I'm in, which is doing okay, but it's a little bit underwater, whereas it's near. So near, I was waiting for an entrance, and as Bitcoin came down, I got an entrance to the 618. It's a little bit lower, but trade is perfectly valid. I've just taken this on another exchange as well for a bit of a leverage trade, but obviously a bit difficult. We need Bitcoin to push this upwards, but also, you know, this is a little bit concerning. This kind of move on the RSI, potentially front running a move downwards. But nonetheless, I'm in this, and as long as we maintain above this, I'm quite happy to wait. But yeah, yesterday I was in a Filecoin trade, and we're just trying to get a trade in the session, and nice little profit at the end, and then just it's a very tight stop. And I knew it was most likely could happen if Bitcoin went down. I got stopped out really straightforward. I'll just bring up the Filecoin trade. Yeah, here you go. This was it. So it was a hard buy here, and we got a little bit of a bounce, and then down we go. So got completely stopped out. But the reason why I had a tight stop was because if we lose this level, I knew it was coming down. So that saved me a bit of loss by having a tight one here and recognizing that there's no bulls to come and save me in this area. So again, advantage of appetite. So not much of a hit. But obviously just want to get out of CFX now, which probably will happen. But let's see if Bitcoin is going to allow it.
See, like, sorry, Paul, if you just go back to CFX there, I'm just curious, like that would be a third touch of a diagonal line, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you, I mean, I don't know what time frame that is. That's the 12-hour. Okay.
Yeah.
That's such a weird time frame. 12-hour. No, I just never look at that time frame. But anyway, so that would you not consider perhaps like if you get something like maybe like a strong bullish candle, maybe something like an engulfing or even an inside candle, just to trade it back up to that resistance area? Or was that not enough?
Yeah. No. I mean, well, it was part of the premise of the trade originally. So when I was telling everybody about it, this was an entrance. That's why I decided to come in. But this was another option which is coming into play now. And if I was operating a scaling in strategy, then I'll be looking to come in for sure here. Now, there's not much confluence, and this is kind of what you were talking about earlier about treat every trade as an individual separate trade. And if you look at this individually, then there isn't that much confluence. Okay, there's a little bit of confluence, sure. We've got a little bit of an intersection, but these aren't particularly major levels really. So this doesn't really mean much. So you could come in here. Obviously, it's maintaining of the uptrend, and it's quite a steep retrace, so that would be the premise. But you're going to have sellers coming in here as well, which is why I'm getting out of my CFX trade, because just in case Bitcoin comes down a bit more. And now, of course, this even though this golden cross has happened, we're now stuck below the moving averages. So yeah, you could, and I might in different contexts. But
yeah, different. Yeah, I was going to say. But do you think that, the trades, you just like mentioned a couple that just didn't want to play out the way you thought or you were hoping for it to play out. Do you think that's got something to do with the fact that Bitcoin is at that all-time high and we do expect it to retrace, or that's definitely on the cards for Bitcoin to first retrace, and that's why the altcoin markets are also struggling?
Yeah, exactly, because it's uncertainty, and this is why I said we really want to pull back, because then more liquidity will come in. So right, so the Filecoin trade yesterday, I knew that Bitcoin was most likely going to come down. Obviously, we know that because it was in a rising wedge, and we had some signals. But nonetheless, I entered the trade anyway, obviously, because we're trying to just, and it could have worked if Bitcoin bounced, but probably I wouldn't have taken that trade because I wanted confluence with Bitcoin. And near was the trade I had, which I needed Bitcoin to come down a bit to give me an entrance. Right now, this again, I might get a wick here, but we've got a little bit of confluence. So yeah, Bitcoin is very dependent, and again, it's very difficult when we're trying to find trades in these sessions.
Look, I mean, I'm not placing any trades if they're not good setups. That's just like my reputation is on the line, so I'm not willing to do that. But if you go back to the previous trade that you just showed, if you look at like with the context of Bitcoin being bearish and so on, if you had to now switch your thinking to let me look for short opportunities, right? Would you say that like if you maybe just I'll zoom in on my side, like can you see a potential short opportunity there, or not really?
Intraday, yeah, but no more than intraday, because look, everything.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that would be a really planned quick scalp for sure, right? So where I'm looking to get out of CFX, you've got a context for a little short trade, but it's only going to be down to here, right? Now, I'm not saying we're not breaking down, but the RSI is reflecting a potential reversal as well. We're back down to this kind of bounce level, which we were previously. So you have to look at the weather, and the market weather for Bitcoin, despite a natural retrace, and obviously, as you pointed out, losing this line, is perfectly normal, and we need it to happen. So there is a bullish context still in play. There's nothing bearish about what's happening with Bitcoin. It's just kind of it's just natural. Now, obviously, if we start losing key levels on higher time frames, then we're going to have a problem. But what we want to see, if we look at Bitcoin dominance, if I can find it, it's around here somewhere, hidden away in a corner of irrelevancy. Let's just I just found it. There we go. So this is rolling over. It's taking its time, but it's rolling over. Lower low, lower high. Just need it confirmed, and then we could see some good price action over the next few days, or maybe early next week. Even if Bitcoin's just sitting pretty at a lower level, or that's fine. We could have that. And this is the premise of entering Filecoin yesterday, because Bitcoin is got a bullish posture, and there's a lot of buying activity and all that kind of stuff. So we could continue on our way. So I don't think anybody should be shorting too much right now. And if it is going to be shorting, really like your kind of time frame shorts, like in and out, quick as you can. Take the move. It's only going to be like just a fraction, because if Bitcoin goes, and again, we look at Bitcoin now, this is Bitcoin daily. We got 4 hidden bullish divergences just on this tiny little retrace, right? And this highlights that a lot of the buying, the crypto news videos just come out, and every time I do a crypto news video on Honor Prime X, subscribe. Every time I do a video on there, there's always one or two of the stories which I want to talk about, and the headlines in the crypto space is MicroStrategy is buying more Bitcoin. This is buying more Bitcoin. The Trump administration is looking to spend X amount of billion on Bitcoin. This is all I see all the time. And what does that do? What does MicroStrategy do with all its purchases? And they're crazy purchases, right? What does it do? It adds a support net for Bitcoin. And when you see a tiny retrace and divergence popping in so quickly, it is an indication of the support in terms of diminishing supply on exchanges, which retail is experiencing. Now, I'm not saying this hidden bullish divergence could invalidate, but it's quite interesting that it's flashed so quickly for me, if I'm honest. So that's the context. But if we look at this, because if you look at Bitcoin this way, yes, we've lost this line which you pointed out, which is representative of that rising channel on the higher time frames. Just to give people a picture of it, if I can find it. Yeah, this channel, right? So this is we've just broken down, and on this context, 100K seems great, and we're probably going to go down there. But if you look at this, we've got, a move from here to here. If you ignore this, that seems like it could happen, but also a move down here. But all of it is all fine, and all-time highs are just here. So we're still, over 100K. Everything's fine. Just need to get a little bit of structure, and then people will start coming into the market. But if you are looking to come in, level ambiguity is part of the equation. So we've got this 100% retracement here, right? And that is just about 102K, but we have then the floor at 100K, about 101 just here. So there's a couple of different areas to trade in. So as you were saying, Jannie, we need to see how the price action interacts with these levels. And if you start to see a reversal pattern forming and you start to see a change in the trend, high, 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 low, whatever, then you can start to enter your positions. But if we're just dropping like a stone, which I don't think we will, then you might want to wait for the low. So it's a bit difficult, but of course, it's easier to trade Bitcoin and altcoins rather while it's here or around here than it is, of course, when it's up here. So we just need Bitcoin to put in a bit of legwork, and we have lost the 618. So this area seems to be where we're coming, but we're obviously in this pattern as well.
Yeah.
Is a break to
you see, like for me, still where we are on Bitcoin on the longer time frames, we're just not at a good area where we can expect clean price action, right? It's just too close to the high still.
Yeah.
We really need to, we need to go there, or we just need to get away from that high. We just, like we need to either pull back or break through, right? But it's like if we can get a pullback, that'd be great. So we just looked at the 4-hour time frame.
You look at this, the RSI is quite telling. Just zoom this in. It's quite telling because the move is already happening, right? We're almost back down to this median line or whatever the word is for it. So, and you can see everyone's kind of, this 100K area is seeming pretty decent because look at the 50 coming in, right? I mean, we're talking about invalidation. Now for Bitcoin, if we lose the 1 day again, then we're back to square one and everything invalidates. So presuming, we're looking at market makers trying to keep the bullish context alive, considering we've had a good few months of bearish price action, then this is fast becoming the area to look at around, around this whole area. Because once the 50 is very fast approaching this area. So a bounce from here makes sense. Whereas obviously, over the last few weeks, we've been, this was a better area, but as the price action ascended higher, we have to readjust our strategy. But I think the RSI is quite telling. And we talked about 2 days ago, I think that this is a front-running signal for a breakdown, and the breakdown's happening. But the fact that the RSI is coming down quicker than the price action, that's why we're seeing divergence, right? Because there seems to be a lot of activity under the hood. And if you know how the RSI works in its formula, it is taking into account all of these different elements which we can't see necessarily on the chart. So that's why Igor loves it. That's why I love it, because it's very helpful in that respect. But yes. But nonetheless, Bitcoin loves to do crazy things. And my near setup, can the buyers hold it above here? I'd like near, which I've just entered, to just do this while Bitcoin finds its feet. That's what I'd like to see from near, and then maybe a move up from here. So that would be ideal. But there is a risk I'm going to get stopped out for sure.
So what would your take be on near if you break, or if price action breaks that higher low?
I mean, comes down here.
I mean, if you look at the second touch, just you get that double bottom right at the bottom of that chart, and then you get that second touch. That is the high and low, right? Now, if you break that higher low, right? In other words, price action goes all the way there and breaks that high. What would your take on near be then?
Well, no, it'd be invalidated completely, the bullish context, right? Because we had a very steep downtrend. But this is why I've got this green zone here, because this is actually a nice little place to enter. It's quite unusual because if you look at this is the RSI again is telling me this is going to be a breakdown, right? That's one signal. I need something a little bit more. But this area here, if you ignore this diagonal line, if you just get rid of it for a second, right? This is a nice place to come in at. There'll be some liquidity here for sure, right? Just kind of approaching the neckline of this double bottom. That would be fine. So if Bitcoin comes down, that would be a good entrance for those of you who are not already in it. So it's always a slightly different context. So with
would you say, sorry, just before you move on, that do you see like a divergence on the RSI as well, or not?
What you mean? There's no divergence here, I don't think. This would
okay, but then it broke that. No, okay, no.
Oh yeah. This is a warning sign, and typically, that would give you, if you're a trader, obviously, and you're paying attention to this might give you a warning sign, but it's one warning sign. It's not quite enough, because if I didn't have the 50, right? If I didn't have the 50 and this wasn't the 618, probably would have taken the buy order off and it wouldn't have got filled. But there is some nice compliments here. This is a nice little pocket. And if we do, if Bitcoin just moves a little bit upwards just before continuing down, what NEAR could do is just find its footing a little bit in profit just while Bitcoin does its thing, and then it will move if it goes upwards. So, I'm pretty sure this is going to come down and I'll have to look for an exit. But nonetheless, still the trade is intact. And obviously, when you're looking at these areas, everything's really scary until it's not, right? Just a bit of caution.
That is, do you mind if we just have a look at that? No, we can't. Because that second touch just beautifully bounced off that retest of that double bottom. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Visuals. Look at that. See, now that to me is a clean, easy play.
Yeah.
That's a clean play, right? Like a double bottom with a retest right to the neckline.
Yeah.
And then it just took off, and that's obviously what marked the second touching point.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway.
But I mean, it goes to the basics of what we're trying to achieve, isn't it? We're trying to buy red, sell green, and the issue which traders, what you need to, of course, we need to realize is that, as I'm constantly going on about, is this trade premise is still intact, but I'm aware that under the hood, it's reflecting kind of what's happening with Bitcoin, right? This is kind of reflecting what's happening with Bitcoin, but you just got to stick to your plan, right? You talked about at the start of the session how kind of changing your plan a little bit can sometimes mess with you. So I'm very keen, and that's why we see CFX. Look, I knew what Bitcoin was most likely to do, right? But I'm thinking of the next trade, and I'm thinking of the integrity of my plan for the next trade. So even though I'm like, okay, maybe I should have just taken profits up here with CFX with the bearish context, which is probably true, but it's my plan and I'm managing it. And I've seen the breakdown. I've gone on the exchange. I've put my sell order, and we'll see if it plays out. Most of the time, I get my exit. 9 out of 10 times, I get my exit because my trades are planned with kind of this move is part of my approach. And likewise, even though NEAR is a little bit in loss at the moment, if Bitcoin does something different, then that's fine. And all I'm saying is that Bitcoin, a little move from Bitcoin, just a little bounce up here, maybe retaking the 618 before maybe heading lower, that could establish this a little bit more for NEAR, and then I'm in play, I'm in profit, and we've got a bit of stability. But this is the risk, and I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, there's a couple of other setups.
Hi Lola.
Oh, hi Lola, how you doing? So Sushi, same place, same sort of play, different moving averages, nice reversal pattern. But this, as you said, Jannie, this is the retest of that double bottom, or rather, this is the retest of this inverse kind of head and shoulders. So this is where we were with CFX. Here, I think we're talking about CFX. Yeah, here, right? Yeah. So this is in a good place. So, but we're obviously in a pattern, which makes it complicated. So there's a few scenarios. So you could come in here. For sure, right? You're testing the neckline, and that makes sense. Or you could wait for a breakout, which would allow Bitcoin to do its thing, and then come in at this pocket. But if you come in at this pocket, you have the advantage of a bullish signal, but you have the disadvantage of being at a higher point potentially to fulfill. So this is always a negotiation, and we could obviously have confluence with here. So this is not a bad place. It's actually in play in the moment, and I might look to put an order on if I pay attention to Bitcoin. But yeah, Sushi's pretty good. That's exactly what you were saying about the other trade. And this is a bit there is a double bottom here, but the deckline's a bit ambiguous. And this is uni, and there's multiple options for a trade here, right? There is this foundation here. We've got this kind of reversal pattern. It's a bit ambiguous. The neckline's kind of all over the place. It's about here, sort of thing. And we've taken the moving average on 12 hour 200 MA. So you could trade it within this pattern, which would be this, buy now, and then sell here, or you can wait for the breakout, and then this will be the trade. And because Bitcoin's a bit more bullish, target 2, or you could buy this exactly where you were with the other premise, but hold it, presuming there's going to be a breakout, and ride it up to here. So there's a good few options with uni, so a nice little setup. But I think, and you can look at the volume is what attracted me to this. There's a lot of volume coming in within this pattern on the break of this 200 MA, and volume should always be your guide. And I like this as well because we're quite low to the floor as well. We're quite flush with the floor, so that's good in terms of Bitcoin movement. Because say, for example, say this, imagine this pattern was up here. So say we're up here, right? Now, if Bitcoin pulls back, we're coming back to this area, but we're already in this area. So the activity in terms of selling is going to be probably quite minimal, right? I mean, shorting from here to here, I mean, all right, fine, right? But you know, this is the idea. But yeah, so I'm not going to enter that today. I'm not going to do that today. I had my thing yesterday, but yeah, a couple of setups for people paying attention, for sure. Yeah, but actually, Uni's looking pretty tasty. But I've already got a trade, so I'm not going to overdo it. I'm going to be disciplined.
Lola, I'm pretty sure Lola has a coin. She, did we confirm it's a she? You know it's a she, right?
Well, I don't know how to confirm, but
I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I'm not pretty sure. Well, but anyway,
maybe Lola, if you feel comfortable, you could let us know. You wish you were a guy or a girl.
No. Wish Lola had a coin that you can have a look at. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, but I mean, I had a look at. I'll just show you what how the NASDAQ has been trading since the open. It's been a very, very messy session. I'll show you quickly. And the thing about the scalping is it's actually identical, believe it or not, to the longer time frames. They work exactly the same, right? But just on the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ is really like a gentleman's market. Levels are being respected, right? And the bounces, and you can mark a resistance level, and it will. I mean, look at this, for example. I know you get this in other markets as well, but you just get this over and over. Like it just, you see that beautiful touch there, and this is the 1 minute time frame. You don't get this on any other market, where levels are being respected to this degree on 1 minute time frames. And the 1 minute time frame on any other market, Forex, whatever, that's just crazy, right? It's like, no, it's not gonna. I mean, that level means nothing. But on the NASDAQ, it does work. But if you look at the 15-minute time frame, right? This was the open, and this is obviously yesterday's low. I say obviously, but you have these two horizontal lines that gives you like a range to work with and see, are you basically trading like in an is it like an inside candle without having to look at the daily time frame? You can just look at these two horizontal lines. That's why I've got this indicator on here. Then you can just clearly see, yeah, we're trading inside the candle, and you know, so you can just trade the range. But if you see that you're clearly outside of the yesterday's high, then you look for opportunities to go long, right? But yeah, we just like hovering around. This is a typical Friday. I don't really like Fridays, but yeah, that was the, where's the open? That was the open, and it looked like it wanted to break through, found support, and then just bounced right back up. Just missed that resistance level, and now we're kind of bouncing between there. But you can see this is pretty tricky to trade in these particular markets, or you know, when it's ranging like this. And yesterday, well, I already spoke about like that overnight move, and then with the market open, we just kind of completely wiped out that move, and we found support at the S1. So that's the pivot point. It moved below, found support on S1, bounced back to the pivot point, and then from there it was just a bit of a mess. Robert, what did I just log on to?
Yeah, sorry about that, Robert. You just came in the wrong time. We were trying to just talk to Lola.
Yeah. Now that I have a Bitcoin. Oh, okay. Did you trade today, Robert? Did you place any trades? Or do you not trade on Fridays? There was actually a really nice you see this little inside candle very close to the support level on the 15-minute. I didn't take that. I just wasn't interested. Right? Like that gold, that pound US dollar move, like trick that I pulled there, kind of took the wind out of my sails. Like, anyway, we'll do it again next month.
Well,
it's got to be. It's got to be like. But sorry to interrupt you, but like as I said, like I would have been more happy with a loss, than the break even, because the break even though like the loss sounds worse, why would you be more happy with a loss? Well, because I stuck to what I said. I stuck to what I saw and I believed in, and I was really confident in the analysis. And if I'm wrong, then I'll accept that, and there's no emotion attached to that. But when I like do what I just did there, that annoys the hell out of me, right? So,
yeah,
but it's
look, let me just tell you a little story. So every now and again, I'll do some challenges to keep myself sharp, right? I won't go on about the 10 trade channel I did and how amazing it is and everything, but I've always, every now and again, I try and do little challenges to keep myself sharp, like five leverage trades, compound profits in a row. Let's just make some money, right? Sort of things. And I was attempting to replicate. It was a 6 trade challenge I was trying to replicate following a 10 trade challenge, and the 10 trade challenge was perfect and it was really great, amazing sort of gains. But then I got to the final trade of the 6 trade challenge, and you start seeing the figures, you start seeing the big numbers, right? And you start thinking, oh, this is good, and you just want it done. And my rule for some of these trades, these were mainly shorts in the bear market. My rule is that I have to have the 15-minute for these intraday high leverage trades to be either oversold or overbought, depending on which way I'm trading, right? I've just found that it just works for these quick scalping things in crypto, right? Typically. Didn't wait for it. Just this one time, I just thought, you know what? I want this done. I want this money. I want to get this done. I want this trade done. I want to celebrate my win. Didn't do it. And in this particular instance, it went up a little bit higher to the point where it was then overbought, and I got stopped out and I lost all of it, liquidation, right? And that was simply because I didn't follow my plan.
Mm-hmm.
If I had waited, I would have had the perfect entrance and I would have nailed it. And you're right, those are the ones which hurt the most.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's a break, I didn't lose money on the trade. It was a break even, but that's not the point. That's not the point at all, because you really need to strive for. I don't want to use the word perfection, but just like not making any mistakes. Like if you believe, like this is a good setup, and it fails, then you can document it. You can have a diary, and you can have a look at, was that just a loss? Because not all of them is going to work, or did you miss something? Right, and then is there something to learn? Like if it's a breakout and a retest and it bounces up, then you take the trade, and that trade fails. You have that's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. Like that is one of your plays, and the trade did go into your favor maybe, and then it reversed. You got stopped out. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I know, we all know how trading works. That's not a mistake. But if you like what we already said a few times, but if you start to like it's going to go, or this is definitely like a solid entry. And now you kind of like, you get out of the trade. It's like, what the hell are you doing? So, it's a break even trade, but that's not the point.
Well, you can look, if for anyone paying attention to this right now, I might be asking, what was all this talk about challenges? Well, challenges for me are about, calibrating discipline, like reinstilling discipline. And obviously I have to operate at a much higher level than I'm typically doing on a day-to-day basis with just this trade, whatever. It's a different proposition, but you could say to yourself that I'm going to do a 5 trade challenge. I'm going to compound profits, right? Because that's the emotional part of it, right? That's the emotional part, the growing of capital and seeing the number change and maintaining discipline in the face of it. So your first trade with low capital, or rather a low profits or whatever, it needs to be the same discipline as the 5th trade. And this is where I fell short, because once you see the big numbers, it starts messing with your mind. And the idea would be that you have to have 5 in profit trades. And I set a minimum 30% for gains, right? And I said to myself that I can have a no loss exit. It doesn't get counted as the 5, but I don't have to reset. So I can have a no loss exit. Any stop losses hit, I'm done, and I have to start again. And you might thinking, well, this is a great way of trying to make money for sure, but it's the best way to shake loose any issues you've got as a trader, right? So you can identify them and be like, right, okay, I've got this emotional problem when I start seeing big numbers. I need to deal with this. And that's the point. So for anyone listening, give yourself a challenge if you want to level up, see how you get on.
Yeah, that is definitely, I think, like, well, we already touched on why that may have creeped in. It's because I was looking at the second entry, but I made my first trade part of the second potential trade. And that was the mistake. Right, that was a mistake. There was never a second entry. The first trade was still on. So, but it's important to, it's, yeah, I mean, they will happen occasionally. I don't want to sound like arrogant or something, but I don't make many mistakes, right? That doesn't mean I don't have losing trades, but we already mentioned that a losing trade is not a mistake. A losing trade is like taking a trade in the middle of nowhere. That's a big mistake. Like, what are you doing, right? So I'm just reading the comments here. What am I challenging?
You're challenging yourself, Robert.
Yeah. What am I challenging? Yeah, but it's the mistakes thing. You just need to eliminate the mistakes. Yeah, but I'm not talking about emotional trading. I've got no emotional trading. I don't do that. I don't I got rid of that many years ago. So there's no emotions in my trading. I wait for certain levels. I know what I want to look at. I know exactly how much I'm going to risk, and then where I'm going to enter, why I'm entering, all of that. And then the trade works or it doesn't work. End of story. That's it, right? So, and that's really how you should be trading, right? So again, my challenge is not to make any mistakes. That's it. Like, I don't have any profit targets or percentage growth targets. I don't set a target for myself. Oh, this month I want to make 10%. That is, I think that can potentially be a pretty dangerous goal. Okay, because if that's your goal, you may start to push for that, and then get into lower quality trades because you want to achieve that goal. It's not really the right thing to focus on. If you focus on, I'm just going to take best setups, and I'm going to make sure that I know I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing according to the best of my knowledge, right? And your experience and so on. And that's the goal. That's the goal. And if you just stick to that, then you look at the end of the month. Like, did I make any mistakes? Well, for me, today is the very last trading day of the month. That's the flawless month, and today I did that. Okay, but I suppose that's not really bad. But when that's your focus, and then you look back, oh wow, it was a very, very good month. That was not something I focused on at all. Not I want to have a good month. I just want to make sure I'm taking the best opportunities, and I'm going to follow the rules, right? Not placing any silly trades. That's it. And then the rest is like a byproduct. You're going to make money by default. It's like, yeah, of course you're going to get results because you're focusing on the right things. If you focus on those things, then the result that you're actually after will just be a natural part of that will be the result. Okay, sold, Robert says. I heard challenge, and so naturally I have to. Yeah, without even know what it is.
Lola, can you tell us, I don't know if you feel comfortable with this, but let us know a bit more details about your SUI trade, because obviously this was a top altcoin pick, and there's 2 scenarios. So give us a bit more information if you want. Maybe we can get into it for you, because that was a setup. We posted, of course. Well, yeah, we'll have a look at. Let's have a look at SUI while we're seeing, and just let me know if Lola gives us any more detail. Is that all right, mate?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so this is a top altcoin pick, and there's two ways to play this. When it was a top altcoin pick, we were here above this moving average, and I said in the video that there's a good chance we're coming down to the 382 because there's not much confluence here, and the trade I'll be taking will be a move up above resistance, and then of course to buy the retest as we like to do because it's the 618. So that was the play. This was always a little bit high risk, but if you did get in around here, this should give you an opportunity to get out. This should give you an opportunity. Let's just zoom in.
Yeah, a graceful exit, they call it. A graceful exit.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I construct my setups, right? It's always with this in mind. Now, I don't know where you could have got stopped out here, right? It depends on what you where you put your stop and everything, but it's probably going to come up here to give it a retest, but this wick could have stopped you out depending on where you're trading it. Presuming it's on Hola Prime X. So yeah, it gives a bit more detail. We'll look into it, but this is why I was like, this is the safer play to come up here, because if Bitcoin, it allows Bitcoin to do its thing, and then once we've had confirmation, but yeah, I don't see this coming down too far though, but the 382 potentially, but this is still acting as support. So let us know if you've been stopped out or if you're still in it, and if you are, just get out exactly where you got in, presuming it was here. But give us more information if you can. Yeah, we'll have a look at it.
Sweet, mate. What is SUI? SUI. What does that do? What does that stand for? Is that short for something? Is that like an acronym for something?
I'll remind myself. SUI coin market cap. Let's get you some stats on SUI.
Yes, Lola is still in the trade.
Right. So Lola, what level did you get in at, if you don't mind saying? Let us know.
3.5405. That one.
3.5. Oh, that's fine. That's great. Set a sell order. Just get out. Break even. That's fine. You're okay. Just set a sell it. Just get out. Remember, the second you have, you get the setup is validates. That's when you need to be looking to get out. So yeah, you're fine. Just set a sell order and just get out and live the fight under the day. No big deal with that one. I think we're going to get a retest. So thanks for that, Lola. Good job. Just and just remember, when you get out of a trade which has gone bad with no loss, it's a good feeling, right? So just look forward to that, and hopefully that'll be okay. Right. So yeah, SUI. Speaking of which, it's got a market cap of about. So it's a small cap. So it's 11 billion, low mid cap, 11 billion. And let's have a look at the use case. What is it? What does it do? Let's just have a quick look if I can find it. Oh yeah, okay. So it's a development platform, essentially. The programming languages, a strong technical foundation. So yeah, when I read stuff like this, it's just a little bit of a fluff, but it's essentially Web3. But questionable use case. I'll have to do a bit more research. But yeah, it's yeah. I don't want to promote it on this particular thing. But yeah, got it. Great, Lola. Good. I'm glad you didn't get stopped out, because that would have been on me. So well done.
Let's have, if you don't mind, Paul. Unless you do you have any other coins you want to have a look at, or don't you have anything right now?
Oh, I'm sure we can find something. Let's have a look.
But before you do that, I would like to get your insights. What do you think?
It's like,
because
jump in the pool, Paul, and I jump in, and you're like, but not now.
Can you? Yeah. But if you look at, let's have a look at gold, because gold is like is a very popular instrument. A lot of people like to look at gold, because it moves, right? It's something that when it takes off, you get these really nice kind of swings, and especially this year, I mean, look at these bull runs, just very, very powerful. And even prior to that, you just get really, really nice moves. So gold is looked at by a lot of people. A lot of traders look at gold for a very good reason, because you get some very nice moves. But where we are right now, I mean, I just gave a brief update earlier. But if you look at, I'm not sure if you want to look at other time frames. We could probably, I just hope, yeah, or you can look at the daily as well. So we obviously came off that diagonal line. That was when I took that short and made a bit of profit there. But we bounced off this resistance. So just let's paint a picture here. So we got bounced off that resistance, and we also, sorry, not the reason, the support level. We bounced off the support level, and now we bounced off this resistance level. So right now, what, if anything, and my stance is pretty much, I need to see more, right? I just need to see more. But if you're looking at this chart, like, what's your initial take on it? Like, are there any levels of interest for you personally? Take your time. It's 25 minutes.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of levels of interest. Look, what you were talking about earlier with the NASDAQ, right? And I was thinking about how you were saying how sedate the price action was and how almost very different it is to what I trade. And it's like, I feel like if I ever started trading, slightly more sedate assets, it would be like a cowboy with mud on his boots, horse poop on his boots, walking into like a 5-star hotel and sitting down and ordering a drink. It would feel weird. Obviously, yeah, I mean, obviously, principally, if you look at that as a huge channel, right? If you look at it as a huge descending channel, then obviously we're not in a great place to buy, principally because we're at resistance. Yeah, it might be something like that, right? So obviously the lowest of those 3 lines, horizontal lines you drawn, of course, that gets my attention, and we may be going there for sure in the short term. But I'm not. I need to for an asset. For me, I need to be kind of tuned into an asset. So I need to be like you, paying attention to gold every single day to have an understanding of price action. So
that's very, very true. Like you have to stay in sync with the market, because then you need to get in flow, right? For example, like if someone just pulls up the dollar Swiss chart and say, what do you think? I'm like, well, I don't know this stranger person. Who's this? Who's this?
It's eked out a higher high on the macro. We've also, we maybe could be looking for a higher low. If we get a bounce from that second support line, I'll be watching that, and a breakout could occur for sure, right? It could be compressing. I can see it coiling a little bit for sure, right? But again, like you said at the start, in this particular case, we've got a bit of a mixed signal. You've got a very slight, by the looks of it, higher high on the back of a lower low. And so what happens at this level now, which we're retesting, is going to be the key deciding factor on what direction we're trading, right? But we're so close to resistance. If you're going to long it, you're going to wait for a breakout, aren't you? So
yeah, look, the levels that I would be focusing on is this level here, right? That low, because that is a higher low, right? But we also, making these lower highs, so it's gonna, my 2 levels would be these 2 levels here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the latest lower high that was the 3rd touch of this diagonal line. If we break out of this resistance area, then I think it will change. But if we break this support level here, then it's definitely going to continue to go much lower, I think. But we just like in the middle, just to bring this line back down here. This is, obviously that low, and that's the high, which is bounced up there. So you're in the middle of the range, and this is the worst time, or the worst place to look for an opportunity. And sometimes you will find something if you go to a smaller time frame. I wonder if there's anything. Yeah. Well, no, not really. Let's assume you see this as some sort of consolidation, and you go, oh, it's moving down, it's breaking, and then you just chase this lower, and then only for the price action to reverse pretty violently against you, right? This is not a great example, but say for example we did get a close below this this support level, and you go, okay, this is now consolidation busy breaking out, and then the next candle follows through and you break lower, it's just a terrible setup because you are not at a good level. You're just in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that's the 15-minute. That's the worst place to start to look for opportunities. You can look for entries there if the price action is clean and calm and is clear. But where we are right now with gold, it's a horrible place to look for any sort of thing. And that's why I say, like, let's just wait for more price action. Let's see if we can break this, which is at the moment a higher low. It's a higher low, and if we break this resistance over here, then it's definitely, it would definitely look more bullish for sure, but not in a straight line. If it just goes right to that resistance, then you know how I feel about just trading at resistance levels. Unless we're in a downtrend, then that would be beautiful, because that would be like exactly the same as trading off a support level in an uptrend. But gold is in an uptrend; it's not in a downtrend on the longer time frames. This is the 4 hour. The gold is in an uptrend, but we could get that reversal. So yeah, it's just not something that's on my radar right now, but it can change very quickly. Like as the charts, as the candles gets added to the chart, it can change very quickly. Like for example, when we were trading over here, and I was waiting for this diagonal touch. We pushed up there, and then we rejected off this resistance level here. You see that little pivot? It came back down there, and then it just reversed. I'm like, okay, well, we're not going to get it. And then not long after, we did get the push all the way back up to the level where I'm actually interested in. So it can happen very, very quickly. So we may not have to, it may be just like a day or 2 days. And then we're either going to be below here or above there. But those, like you always say, you need to draw a line in the sand, and this is pretty much what this is. These are the 2 lines in the sand. If you cross them, the fight is on. Yeah, the fight is on. Then you can start to look for opportunities. So yeah, all right. Well, so we pretty much agree on gold then, I think.
Yeah. I just want to let you know I've entered a sushi trade. I haven't put the order on the Hola Prime account. I've done it on another account, but I am in the sushi trade now, just for people. I forgot to put it on the because I'd entered near on the Hola Prime account. I typically don't like to stack a couple of trades, especially with a bit of ambiguity. So, but I have entered a high leverage trade on sushi just for people paying attention. And I think I can buy a sandwich with the profits just about right now, but they. But there's the same case yesterday with Filecoin, so let's hope this goes better.
Why don't you show that chart again, if you don't mind? Not the trade that you're in. I mean the coin on. Yeah.
So this is sushi. We talked about it. Neckline purchase of the inverse head and shoulders, and it's presuming that it's a bit of a that word's doing a bit of lifting, but presuming we're going to maybe get a little bit of a move from Bitcoin in the short term. We just find the hourly chart just to give us something to look at while I'm saying that. Here it is. No, that's the wrong one. Whatever. Okay, yeah. So presuming that if we get a bounce here from Bitcoin and we just maybe retake the 618, that could just allow the altcoins to sit a little bit pretty, right? And certainly get out my CFX trade. So that's the premise. It's only a small capital position because of the downside with Bitcoin, but there is a lot of bullish news coming out at the moment as well. So happy to be in with a small position. For sure, but I got one setup. I was going to say I had a fart coin setup, but we don't do that on a Prime X, which is probably a good thing.
What's the coin called?
Fart coin.
Fart.
Yeah, like fart coin. It's a meme coin. It's quite popular apparently. It's with some of my students.
Really?
Yeah, but we don't do it. It's a meme coin for sure, obviously, as you can tell. But yeah, I think there's a short setup for fart coin, but we don't do that, so I won't show it. But yeah, I know, right? Who calls these things? But this is slightly more cohesively named theta. This is obviously crypto OG theta. We're in the golden zone at the 618 with nice confluence here with the golden cross just happening. Now, obviously, we prefer to be on the other side of the golden cross, but we have approaching oversold conditions on the RSI with a little bit of confluence with where we were here, which kind of, in a sort of, if we come down here, would give us a little bit, but
yeah.
I think
I
we
don't
already
like
have
that one.
So that's this. The idea is that, you know, for me, when I'm seeing a setup, which is a bit ambiguous, and I'm thinking of entering or not entering. I mean, it's the golden zone which is doing it for me, but again, we're slightly on the wrong side of this. The RSI is helping, but if I put this on, when I see divergence, it gives me a bit of, it should give you a little bit of positivity that we might have a move if Bitcoin goes with us. But that's the conversation. It's always about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's king, and Bitcoin messes up so many trades because we're not just dealing with this setup. It's kind of three-dimensional chess when trading. But yeah, so theta, you know, if we get a bounce from Bitcoin, we're in a nice position, right, to come in right now. And the good thing about coming in here with these diverging lines is you just look at the previous interactions with these areas, right? There's multiple touches. Gives you more, talking about what we were talking about Lola earlier. There's multiple ways to get out if you enter the trade. So just incorporate it into your plan. So if we're gonna, let's just see what the risk reward might be coming in here. So there's multiple trading options. You know, you could just trade up until the moving averages, a nice little scalp, and a very tight stop. You want a very tight stop. You could argue that you could do that. That's still a good ratio, but you know, maybe a tight stop and just do it. But there's a few options, or you can wait for maybe the safest option with Bitcoin, even if you've got divergence, is to wait just for a bounce and maybe try and come in again on the higher low, right? That would be the, talking about watching what we interact with levels. So that might be the play, just to wait and see if the divergence plays out, and then come in on the retest of the 618. Just to get a tiny little bullish signal you need just for a bounce, just like you see here, right? So we come back down, you get a candle, and then it gives you a retest, and then away we go, right? So that's probably what you want to look for. But yeah,
did you short it at that high, or did you identify that as a potential short? Like you see that really strong rally, that diagonal line there. Did you identify that? Because you can see that there's a resistance level that matches that high to your left hand side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the theta, but this would have been a great area to come in on for sure. But I wasn't paying theta. I'm invested in theta for the long term. So for my charts, I'm only set up for that. So I haven't been really.
Okay. Yeah.
But I just you asked for a setup, and I found you one. So.
Okay, Lola's got a question for you, Paul. How much time do you typically wait between trades? For example, if you get a good trade today, when do you start looking for your next one?
Typically, look, I'm going to be honest with you with my answer. Firstly, you know, a few days probably, right? Now, obviously, intraday traders is a different game, right? Because you do your little trade, you've got a few hours, and you do another one the next day, right? But for me, when I'm stuck in a trade, you know, for multiple days, which is typically how I trade, even if it's high leverage, it's really going to be, I'm not going to ever trade straight away. I'll always leave a day, always leave at least a day, usually 2 or 3 days. But it depends on my emotional state, right? If I feel like I'm not in the zone, and I feel like I'm too busy and I'm a bit distracted and I can't quite get my head around it, then that will be a determining factor as well. And I think you all, as traders, need to be very mindful of what's going on with your own psychology, because you need to be able to police yourself. Because obviously there's nothing wrong with doing a trade on Wednesday and doing another trade on Thursday. There's nothing wrong if you are principally in a position where there's not much going on in your life. You've got time to relax, go out for a walk, and reacclimatize and recalibrate. But typically, you know, I would never do Wednesday, Thursday. It would be maybe Wednesday and then maybe looking for a trade on the Tuesday the following week, because, you know, they're not intraday stuff. So, you know, you need a bit of time, a little bit of rest from it to let the FOMO essentially dissipate from your body, right? Because even if you have a successful trade, right, that makes you emotional. It makes you feel like you're a king. And I need to come down off that, because I'm not a king. And if I trade like a king, I'm just my crown's gonna fall off and smash my laptop, right? So I definitely need that space. But the reason why Hola Prime has brought on board a couple of people who are in the psychology space is because it's fundamental to trading. And there will be a really great podcast hopefully coming out with one of our new friends, Lara, with me in a few weeks' time. It's fundamental. So the answer to that question is I will always have a break. I'll always make sure I've got a break just to make sure. But more often than not, I'll take a longer break because I need to be aware of my psychology. And if you can learn to figure out when you're being triggered by positive vibes or negative vibes, revenge trading is a problem, overconfident trading is a problem. So that determines how often I trade, essentially. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's especially true on the same market, right? For example, if you want to say you're taking a long position and you're taking profit at some sort of resistance level, and then you take profit there and you go, but this is a resistance level. So you immediately get out of your long position and then you switch to the short side. That to me is not that's a mistake. Okay, that's where you need to take a break. But that's from the same market. I'm talking specifically about the same market. For me, I can find the pound US dollar like a really good setup and take the trade and take profit the next day or maybe 2 days later, and then on Thursday the same week there something sets up on gold, which is something I've been waiting for 2 weeks. But there are very good reasons for the trade.
It's
but
also
I
it's more
typically
complicated. Go on,
yeah no the dog
It's
answered
more
that.
Yeah, my dog's part of this. I'm going to do a podcast with my dog as well, see what her insights are. The other issue is in crypto, of course. Waiting is enforced, because if you're trading properly, you're not going to be like, oh, Bitcoin's broke all-time highs, I've got to enter, because that's just not the way to do it. You need to, we're waiting for Bitcoin to give us an entrance, and obviously I'm pushing trades a little bit because we're having conversations about trade, and we're trying to show you how what our process is all the time. But the reality is that probably I would be not trading at all this week, waiting for Bitcoin to land at a place, and then I'll be looking to enter, right? Because the market's bullish, right? And this is what we all need to realize, like, waiting 6 days, you're not missing anything, right? Just catch up on some rest, catch up on some TV, right? Whatever you want to do. And then arrive at the market when it's ripe for trading, right? And that doesn't guarantee you're going to have a good trade either, but at least you want the probabilities in your favor. So if you are trading every day, especially crypto, you need to ask yourself, like, why?
Yeah.
Your risk is just mounting up every day you trade consecutively, right? And it's like, it's a shame Michael's not here, but I'm a motorcyclist, and do you have
like one of those big Harleys with those handles above your head, or one of those ones?
I am a cruiser guy. My last bike was a Honda Rebel 1100, and it's a little bit more of a state, but it is a cruiser, so it's quite low. Don't have it anymore. But when I was driving around in South America, where in the country I was in, the road, there was no rules of the road, right? And it's extremely dangerous country to ride around in. It's a free-for-all. Now, anyone who lives in that country knows that the longer you stay there, the statistics of having some violence perpetrated against you or having an accident on your motorcycle increases exponentially. And the idea is that, the longer you stay, the more likelihood is one of those things is going to happen. It's almost inevitable. So, I'm quite proud of the fact that I survived some of those things, but there's no pride involved in just trading every single day, because the probabilities are literally just going against you every time you do it. And you have to reset that. You have to reset the clock of probabilities. And the clock of probabilities is in your mind, right? So 4 trades in a row, oh my God, take a couple of weeks off. Take a couple of weeks off, right? And this is how you need to approach it. And it could be frustrating because you're watching these live streams, and you're all excited because Jannie's got a good setup or Michael's got a good setup, and you're like, this is great, I want to trade it. But this isn't about us. It's about you. And when we're all gone and you're trading by yourself, trying to make a living or whatever, you need to have these rules. You need to have the ability to cope without people reminding you that you shouldn't be trading this much. So, that's the whole game. It's the whole game.
Absolutely. Lola also says that I'm feeling a lot of FOMO at the moment. Like, I don't want to miss anything. Yeah. I mean, this is a very, very difficult point that I always struggle to get across. But there's no such thing as missing a trade. There is just no such thing. It's
There's
just one
missing
trade.
a bad trade.
Well, I'm more of like, I'm more concerned about mistakes than missing anything. Like there's no let me show you an example of this gold one. You may have paid attention to this, but this is an example, right? This is exactly an example of something you could argue. You know, some people will look at all sorts of levels, but you see this resistance level here. I just showed that earlier. Was it that one? Yeah, it was that one. Okay, maybe it's a bit more clear on the 1 hour time frame. Right now, some people will beat themselves up because we just bring that lower, right? Because that. Okay, something like that. Okay, so that's the resistance. You get a beautiful rejection right here, and I showed you this in the session. So that was an opportunity. You get that engulfing candle. Remember, like this is exactly what I would like to see on Bitcoin. We spoke about earlier. This is the type of thing I want to see. This is a very strong rejection coming off the resistance, something like that, and then you'll take profit is there. I missed that. So what? So what? Like, you know, here's the next one right there. It's the same as like I've used this analogy as well. Like it's like getting upset missing it. Like unless you have a connecting train taking you to the airport, and you have like a international flight to catch. But if you had at the London Underground and you miss the train, the next one is 2 minutes away. Like just don't. There's no such thing as you've missed out on anything. There's just like, if you really like repeat that to yourself until you actually believe it, you know, just like how the media operates, right? Just repeat something over and over. Do that to yourself. Like just repeat that over and over. There's no such thing. Just get rid of that, because FOMO is also like that demon that pulls you into all sorts of other problems, like over trading, right? Because you're scared you're going to miss out, right? So you take the trade because you don't want to miss out on this trade. And before you know, you're over trading and your account is looking like, you know, you need to like dig yourself out of a hole. But there's nothing worse than being in a drawdown.
Yeah. And just on that note, my near trade, I haven't got a confirmed candle body close break below the 618 just yet, but I'm seeing it on the macro. So I've just on Hola Prime, I've just set a exit order for where I got in. So because I've had my bearish confirmation, like we said, it might happen. So I'm trying to protect my stop loss. So I now have 2 trades where I'm trying to get out of CFX and near at exactly where I got in, which is my strategy, which is fine, right? Because as Jannie just said, you know, things go wrong, and it's fine. It's just part of it, right? It's the mistakes we need to try and avoid. This is part of my approach, so it's all fine as long as I don't get stopped out.
Yeah. Robert says I have to tell myself over and over again there will always be more trades. Yeah, I mean you've seen just like in these sessions, they are just always there's either an opportunity we're waiting for, right? So like, okay, this is the area we want to like. This is the area of interest we want to trade off that level, or it's like, I don't know, right? I need more price action. It's very unclear, and then you just wait, and it always does become clear. When you've seen, you know, several, definitely on the pound US dollar, and on gold and the NASDAQ. Well, maybe not so much on the NASDAQ, except for the scalping. And Paula showed many opportunities on the altcoins. Like I think it was 2 weeks ago, there were 5 of them. All 5 of them played out, and then the week after that, it was very quiet. Right? You don't have control over that. So
no, I'm just reading Robert's comment. Well, firstly, congratulations, Robert, to your daughter on her graduation. Definitely the place you want to be, which is, of course, you know, because you're there. But yeah, I mean, look.
Where does he say that? Where did he say that? He's like, his daughter graduated?
1:27 p.m.
1:27. Mine shows 6:20.
Oh yeah, I'll get different time. Yeah. But yeah,
Okay,
this is the thing. It's like if you're out driving a car, right, and Bitcoin's lining up, well, too bad, right? Just don't trade it; you'll crash, right? So just wait, right? It's okay. There's always another opportunity. I mean, think it, right? Listen to me right now before we finish. The trade you're looking at right now, Robert, is the last trade you will ever find, ever. The trade, Robert, you are looking at right now is the last possible trade of your life. Now, you don't believe me, do you? Because you know it's not true either. And that's what you need to think. It's not true. There will be another trade, and you're going to ace it. You're going to get better. You're going to make loads of money, and you're going to make us all proud. So that's it. But obviously, it seems like your daughter made you proud this week. So I think you've got your fill.
Yeah, congratulations, Robert.
Yeah, congratulations.
But yeah, it honestly, it's like an ocean of opportunities. Like there's just one. They will always be. So they just get rid of it. And really, like the more experience you have, the more trades you've placed. And if you do keep a trading journal, which I highly recommend, and you go through it and you look at the trades that was just beautiful, you'll see it in the writing and the language you use when you wrote that. And it was like it will usually be something along the lines of, this was so clean. It was a perfect bounce off, and that's the language you'll see you're using when you write in your diary. But on the more difficult days, you'll find that it was difficult to read. It was not that clear. But then you'll convince yourself while you took the trade. Obviously, in the diary, you'll say, yeah, but I feel like there was definitely the probability was high, a little bit higher for it to go up and down. So. And when you go through it, you'll go, well, it's clear as daylight. Just wait for the good opportunities. That's clear and easy to read, right? And you will always find them. Sometimes you have to wait for them a little bit, and that does mean potentially a whole week of no trades. Can you do that? Can you sit on your hands for a whole week? Well, I mean, breaking even is not a bad result. So anyway, we'll end it there. Boy, it was great to see you as always. And Lola, Robert, and everybody else watching. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. I'm just gonna shake off this little mistake I made today, but we'll be back next week, new month. But yeah, have a great weekend, and I'll see you next week.
See you later.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Hello, Michael. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, Michael. We'll give Michael a second to figure that. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
All good. Awesome. How are you doing?
Oh, you know me, just crushing the markets per usual. You know.
Very good. Very good. Not a bad trading day then. Or did
Nah,
you,
if I had my lights, I got them in my cart. If I had my lights, I have them green in the back.
Ah, nice.
Hello.
Aymane, you're looking looking sharp today. Got a whole button-up shirt, everything.
Thank you. How are you doing, guys?
It's good. It's good. I feel like you're in a job interview right now, so we've got a bunch of questions to ask you.
I look a little bit maybe like a nerd.
I didn't say it.
Yeah. I didn't say that.
Yeah. How are you doing,
Robert? How you doing, Robert? Good to see you again.
By the way, some nice trade yesterday.
Yeah.
We finished the live and it went straight away take profit.
Take profit, yeah. Got that close to getting stopped out, and then as soon as Aymane disappeared, magically the trade just went well. I mean, is that a coincidence?
I don't know. Aymane's something else, man. What's going on?
Yeah,
Aymane's definitely doing something with his market maker friends.
Aymane's a market maker himself. That's what it is.
Yeah. There's something dodgy going on. Got to keep an eye on Aymane.
Yeah.
But ES just hit an area I was very interested in. Unfortunately, I'll be a bit late right now. Oh man, how did I miss that? Okay. In fact, let me pull up the charts real quick because we might actually have a trade right off the bat, which would be nice. Did a bunch of scalps today. Today was actually quite a good day. Not a single losing one. Everything was nice and clean. But yeah, we just hit this area here. I must have not had an alert set. Nice, beautiful gap that I've been waiting for it to touch for a long time. A significant area. We literally just touched it and a beautiful reaction's coming. So I'm hoping once it gets back up to here, there will probably be a small reaction, but ultimately I'm looking to buy. I don't think it will just blow right through instantly. There'll probably be kind of half a reaction, maybe back down. So it could be possible for a nice scalp. If it does stop me out and blow right through, then the other way, once it comes back, I'll buy into it and boom. So it's definitely a possibility for a trade lining up on the S&P. So that's looking quite good, actually. I'd love to see the volume when it hit that area. So the last low, so basically when it hit here around 5:30, I can already see the volume for the sellers are just spiking up as it gets down there, which is a good sign. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, 1.5 thousand, huge volume on the delta. Kind of went down a little bit, but not much, and then had that reversal come in. So I think these traders are going to be trapped. And yeah, you can just see the sellers again, 900 trying to push it down, another 800 here trying to push it down. They're really, and then you can see the buyers coming in now. See how that volume just starting to spike up here, and these buyers are coming in. So that's looking definitely more on the buy side. I'll be very interested in buying the market. Unfortunately, it's a bit too high up now. Really should have bought when it literally tapped into that area.
I got something. If you don't mind.
Please, by all means.
Yeah, I got something. This is I was looking at this earlier today. This is actually EU. So we're about to jump into an EU trade here. It's already confirmed and everything. I had a great trading day. Like this one of those Fridays where it's like, maybe I should trade Fridays. Right? Seriously, this has been a good trading day. Seriously, so I want to go ahead and buy this. Right, we can get in right here. Our stops need to go below this point here, and then we can go. Oh, whoops! This is going backwards. You can do it the other way around. There we go. All right. So stops go below this itchy point here. Nice little one for 32. All right, cool, y'all. This is actually nice. I'm gonna go ahead and take this and then explain why.
Go for it.
A lot of sense. Then I'll get into what happened today with my other two trades I hit on, which I normally don't get to take 2 trades in one day like a lot of the time. They don't set up that way. But today was actually great for it to be a end of the day or end of the month type of play. Euro USD. Where'd you just go here? Euro to USD.
Definitely, we will see. I think some movements later today.
Yeah, it's looking good.
There is Trump speaking like in less than 20 minutes. And we could see some.
Now it's all unpredictable.
Yeah, wait, what?
Cancel all trades.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? That I didn't know. Dang, this is so nice. This is so nice. I'm gonna put a small position on this. I'm gonna have to. This setup is just too beautiful. I'm gonna put and I'm up for today. There's no way I can lose on today. I'm good money for today. This is 13.12. I put this at, let's do 13.10. Right? Yeah, let's do 13.10 on EU. 13.10 EU longs. Just a 0.5%, right? Just a half. So boom. We should be in here. Oh, okay, here we go. And then let's go ahead and go back and put the TP on, right? So we're at 140. Wait, what's this? Oh, 05. Okay, so do 40.05. Oh, 14.05. 14.05 here. This is actually a really nice setup. 14.05. Okay, boom. There we go. All right, we in here pretty good. Sweet. So the justification. Let's get to that really quick. So first of all, you guys always know we got this fresh 5,200 cross right here. Right? We can easily see that. Next move we're looking for is that pattern off the 200, right? Does this count? No, it actually doesn't. This doesn't count for 2 reasons. One, I always say you need some body off this 200, maybe not just a little wick like that. No body touched it. And then secondly, if you look right below here, there is no market baseline is still above this static line. So this does not count as the move off the 200. Right. Next, what we're looking for is the actual touch to the 200. This is, you can kind of see this, guys. It's an upside down head and shoulders, basically. We got the first shoulder here, head, right? And then the shoulder, right? That touched the 200. So this would be the actual move here. And then also simultaneously, we have market baseline going above the static for this bounce move, right? We got this first little leg, second leg here. This is nice. Now, I'm only putting a half on for one because it's Friday, and maybe I should even do a quarter to be totally honest, but it's Friday, and as Aymane just mentioned, we got some news coming out here shortly, so don't want to go too heavy. I'm actually up a decent amount, 1.75 for today, so even if I did lose, let's say I got stopped out, I'll still be up a 1.25 for today, so not too bad at all. But let me erase this. So yeah, that's the justification for the actual setup, guys. This is pretty nice. And then if you look on up here, we also have the 4-hour confirmation. If you look here, we'll look at this last candle right here. You can see prices already above this 13 EMA. So we're good. Everything about this is right, except for the fact that it's Friday, last day of the month, EU after 12, and news is coming out here shortly.
Yeah.
But
So, Michael, like this big red candle and big red candle, this is the trap that you call it?
what's that? Oh, this?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-mm.
This is
No. So it would need to be 3 of them, right? So like you would have. Dang, it's kind of hard to explain. Let me see if I can find one. But good. That's a great question. So this is not the trap. The trap will look more like if this green candle was all the way down here, right? Let's say if somehow price was down here and you had this red candle on the last one. You had this green candle that went from here, boom, shot all the way up here. And then the next candle, boom, it dropped and closed back below. And then this next green candle, boom, closed above all of that, how it did. So super close. But what's missing is this candle isn't really it. We would have wanted this candle to look more like this or something, right? And it'd be green, right? So you got a shift the zone going up. The very next candle after that shifts the zone back down, closes below 2 EMAs. And then that last final got you candle, which will be this green one, will close back above both of these candles. The green one, the red one that went down, it'll close above all of this. So super close, like very, very close to it, but not necessarily the trap move. That would be considered that trap move on a candlestick pattern, right? Because obviously there's a huge pattern here that we're looking at, which is the head and shoulders pattern. That's one pattern in itself. And we got the market maker structure here. So market maker structure first, huge actual pattern off the 200 EMA. And then hypothetically speaking, let's just say we did have that. This candle was not small like this, but it was big and green like this one right here. If this was huge and green and you know, stopped at the same point, let's say like right here, then yeah. So imagine this candle was just big like the other two. It'll be up above all these candles. The next one goes down below all these candles. Then the last candle just finished like a finishing move. Close above all of this, right? Because this is a price point. This is a mini structure right here. And the fact that this green candle closed above both of these, yeah, that would have been that trap move that I think you're referring to. Aymane. But this is a nice, what I would call like this engulfing pattern here, right? Because we got this, right? Like this is a nice W structure here. And this green candle, it took out a lot of orders from all the way from down here because you got a lot of people who went short. You got this one little ping right here below this 200. People went short. This one candle activated all those short orders, and one candle, it just boom, closed above all of this. And theoretically, they should be out of here after this, but we'll see. If this shoots up to be TP, I totally wouldn't be surprised. Just because this, for one, is new, like you just mentioned, but this is a great candlestick pattern.
Yeah.
Let me get this off of here. But yeah, my bad. I just wanted to point that out real quick. We'll, if you want to jump in first, you can grab the screen here.
So let me just real quick update on haven't entered the trade yet, but I see a potential. So we got to that area, and like I said, I was expecting some kind of reaction, but I don't really want to be selling the market. I want to be buying just because of the fact that we touched into this area here. So now my bias is all buy. I'm looking at the footprint here where there was a lot of volume, 600 contracts on one price level. That's huge, right? And we got this kind of reaction to it. So it could potentially be a good time to buy, but I'd rather it clear this gap first. Do you know what I mean? Like there was always going to be some kind of reaction from this area. A few points, 10, 20, maybe even 30 points if you're lucky. But at some point, it might even go all the way back down. Unlikely, but it can do, and create like a double bottom. But although I want to buy, it will be a bad idea to buy below the area because, truth be told, where it could stop here, God knows. I really don't know. It could react from Do you know what I mean? Like, here's another big cluster of so this was that area I mentioned earlier. So this one here, the 600 on the price level, it's 800 here, but that's because the price level is a bit different size on TradingView and this Go charting platform. So it reacted off here. So a few things could happen. It could either go back to this area, react again, maybe blow through, and then at some point it will break through this area, most likely. And then it will come back, retest it, and that's where the entry, where we really want to enter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an alert above the area. So I know, okay, it's just broken it. You can be a bit risky. And like I said, buy into it once it taps into these heavy areas here, potentially. But you're most likely going to be stuck in some choppy price action, right? Because it's not just going to clear it easily, like right away. It'll probably take 20 minutes maybe to clear it. Who knows? Sometimes it can take an hour. Really hard to tell. So depth of market's not showing anything great or anything of interest. So yeah, that's the potential trade. I'm a bit pissed off I missed that because I've been waiting for that for ages. And for some reason, for some stupid reason, I didn't have an alert set. Because I would have taken that live, like a real live account and everything. I would have taken that trade. Because that's
Right.
Look at that gap. It's beautiful.
So that's it.
It's the lowest one as well, the most extreme, right? There's literally zero volume in that. It's like they take time for something like that to occur, right? And it's such a beautiful gap. I'm annoyed I missed it, but it's all right.
That happens to all three of us. I missed AUD CAD, then I got it today. Actually, we'll get into it. Aymane missed the trade yesterday, I believe, and now he missed this one.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
It does.
But yeah. So all I'm waiting for, just to recap, break through here, come back, retest, and then ride that wave up. Probably back to the point of control. It'll play around here again. There's a lot of obviously activity up here, but definitely can pull quite a nice trade out of this if it breaks above within this session. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But that's just what I wanted to show. I'll jump in whenever that alert hits. But Aymane, feel free if you got something to show.
Yeah.
Aymane, what do you what do you mean? You said Trump speaks in about 20 minutes. What that must be on that Financial Juice website. I don't see that on the Forex Factory.
Yeah, in Financial Juice, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start looking at that.
Yeah,
that's why your market maker friends seem to post that.
Let me show it just so.
Financial Juice. I've never heard of it, but it looks.
It's the news website he always looks at. He don't really show Forex Factory. He shows this. Yeah,
That's
this
the
website.
one, yeah.
And it shows you like live. It shows you live comments really by the second. When there is something, you see it's pop up here on red,
Right.
for example, if it's something.
Do you need some special membership to get into this? Only market makers only type thing?
You need just to have contact. So.
Part of a special club, secret handshake, all that.
Yeah.
Fight Club. Don't talk about the Fight Club.
So yeah, here you can see, because I think Musk stepped down this last week from Trump administration. So I see here like Trump, Musk speak, and there is later also Trump speak. So we could see some movements. So okay, let's go back to the charts. So I have NQ. NQ is bearish. So if we start from the daily, so we touch to yesterday the trade I missed right here, the weekly supply. So
beautiful.
we react from it. Yeah, it was really good.
I love it when it just like touches an area and then shoots off. No messing about, no consolidating, none of that crap. Just touches it like by a pip, and then bang, it just like a rocket goes off. Those trades are to die for. They're so nice.
Yeah, and so basically it will be a little bit, let's say, unusual if we flipped bearish. So for me, like this weekly candle, maybe we will come back and close here. Yeah, we will still close inside the this week here, this resistance, but it's unlikely we will flip and close bearish, but we will see. Everything is possible. So in terms of today's, let's say, bias or direction, you can see here from this candle, we took the previous candle high, closed red, and we got the continuation on the NY session. So on the 4 hour, currently we are breaking this demand right here. So we are getting the reverse of this candle. Here we took the previous candle low, close green. Here it took the previous candle high, close red, and we are getting the continuation. So for now, no real trade. I'm looking for, because I saw Michael's checking Euro USD. Actually, it's inside the supply zone for me, like to sell. We have this supply right here. So we could, yes, we touched it once here, we got the reaction, but we could see more reaction from it and close here. So I have this 4 hour supply. Of course, if we will break it, that's another thing. But for me, like, I think we're gonna still react from here if the momentum will stop. So I'm not an euro expert, but 4 hour we have a supply. Let's check the daily. So the daily, we touch this weekly supply that I draw, I think. Yeah, this weekly supply here at the 1.14. We react to it and we retrace. For me, what's a little bit, let's say, what I saw that I like is just this big candle here. So for me, there is low chance we will break now, but everything is possible. Okay, I think we're gonna stay here maybe a couple of days or couple of weeks, maybe clear this low again before we go higher. But it depends. If there is momentum, if there is high momentum, we could see a straight continuation. There is Trump speaking in few minutes, so everything is possible. So I will be looking out for Euro USD. It's interesting. We are inside this supply right here. We are inside a 4 hour supply. So maybe I will take trade in Euro USD just later. I will wait for confirmation. See, maybe at least coming back. If I got some confirmation here, coming back to this candle here, you can see this candle, same thing. We took this previous low, close green, and now we are getting continuation. It's a big candle. So for me, if it works like the NASDAQ, I'm not a euro expert, but we could see a 50% retracement, or this 75% retracement. But I will let you know if there is anything. NQ for now, I put an alarm here just because we have this. Why I put the alarm there? Oh yeah, here. So we have this candle right here. It took out the previous candle high, close red, and we start chopping, and then we broke lower. So this is, let's say, a big area of interest right here. So took the previous candle high, close red, still we didn't get the continuation. Here we got the continuation. So maybe we will get a reaction from here. Just a small, let's say 20, 40 points, something like this, just target the limit of this demand right here. So I will be looking here to short, and on the Euro USD also, if the opportunity presents.
So again, we're going to be doing the opposite.
Yeah, he gonna aim it again with his continued. He gonna do the opposite of what me and Sam do. Wait, you just seen me buy this. You bought this straight? Nah. See, this is why we think you're a market maker right here, Aymane.
Yeah. No. It just like I hope it goes to your direction, okay? So
like, wait, did I just hear him correctly?
Yeah, I mean, Aymane, there's something suspicious going on.
Yeah. So let's check just quickly how the delta was looking on the NY session.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all seen they had we did the bet the other day, and I seen it showed up on the YouTube, one of the YouTube shorts about what we bet it was gonna do.
Oh, really?
We should do this again. I bet you this is long right now.
What the FOMC bet? Right, are we talking about the FOMC bet or?
Yeah.
We'll put that
I
on
was
YouTube
I was scrolling on YouTube yesterday, and I seen it. It was a short. It was us three. It was a short that came out on a bet.
Oh, that's brilliant! I gotta watch it. Oh dear, that was the biggest failed FOMC ever.
Yeah,
all that hype. We were hyping it up like crazy, and then nothing.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like I thought, like we will see some big movements, but then we wait first, second, guys, nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
I think Robert is the only one who made money. That's
Robert's been smashing it. I'm telling you, Robert's been. So he comes here every day. He's like, guys, yeah, I just exited the trade, 150 grand. I'm like, damn, Robert. Yeah, just bought a Bugatti, you know.
Right.
Robert's smashing it, man. Killing it.
Yep.
Freaking hilarious.
Okay, so if we will check quickly the delta today, so at 8 a.m. I think we had the news. I'm not sure, but we had this big red candle right here. But to be honest, it was empty. There is not even strong absorption here at the low. So it was, yes, we had some orders here on the top, but here at the low we don't have, let's say, that big of the orders. And then at the open, I think the open was somewhere here. So before the open, we got some big clusters here. We got the continuation, and then we have some absorption right here. And then straight away, we took the high of the candle. Sellers start to push. We have the biggest cluster here on this 15 minutes candle, and we got the continuation. Again, some absorption, and we stay in the range. Push back to the top of the range. For me, when I was looking into the charts, to be honest, I was waiting at least to, where is the candle? Yeah, I was waiting for this, maybe this high to get taken before going lower. I knew that when we touch yesterday a weekly supply. So for me, I knew we will see. I need some weekly demand to hold the price. I don't know if it makes sense. So we came from a weekly supply. So a 4-hour demand, and especially with the end of the month, most probably it will not hold the price. So we are coming strong with we touched the weekly supply and we came stronger. So I knew that like to flip bullish and the bias change to be bullish, we need really strong, let's say, a strong demand. So yeah, but I was waiting today. Of course, I'm not trading, but I was waiting for this high to get taken on the 15 minutes, at least this high to get taken before going out. And then we got some absorption here, push lower, and we got this last absorption. Same thing, we had the supply, fresh supply. Took out the previous candle high, closed red, and we got the continuation. So this is a supply, and then we got the retest here. So yeah, Euro USD, it's still looking okay. Gold, I put an alarm here, so maybe we'll see some trades later during the session. Any thoughts, Sam? What do you think?
I mean, I want to do the opposite. So, so I can't really agree with you because otherwise I'll be. What's the point of me entering a trade? I mean, but look, either of us could be right. That's part of trading. I don't know. I mean, the market has been weird. There's been a lot of fake counts.
It's Friday, last day, not just Friday, last day of the month, Friday.
This is it. I mean,
Friday. Wow. This is Euro USD Delta chart.
Oh, look at those! Look at that green.
Yeah, that's something. like some big clusters. Let's see.
Wait, what time is the news? I feel like we're still waiting for it. Is it in 2 minutes?
No. It's not actually a news. It's like he will speak. Trump
Okay.
starts speaking. So from now, it started now. Maybe it will finish in 30 minutes on an hour.
I'm about to pin his bookmark. Aymane be looking at this. He be knowing inside stuff, and I don't know.
You mean financial juice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's free. It's a really good tool. Like it's a really good tool. It's give you live comments.
You're gonna see me in the next few sessions. Like, yeah, they said in financial juice that.
Yeah, I'm probably going to start using it. I mean, I quite like. In fact, let me put it in my bookmarks now. Financial juice.
See if I can spell right. I can find it. Here we go. I got it.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Some big things happen here on. This is Euro USD 1 hour. So 6E. We had some big clusters on this candle. Like I didn't see it before here. Like 400, 600, 800.
So they're speaking now, 6:30. You can even links to YouTube live. Yep. Nice.
Yeah, this is literally like for me on the 1 hour chart, which is what I primarily look like. This is like, I can't say textbook because it is like one extra element to it. When I share my screen, I'm gonna show something, but this is kind of the same thing. Remember, I always say it's a M off the 200 mainly, but that M can be a variant, right? It could also be like a half a bat. It could be a head and shoulders. I'm really looking for the pattern off the 200. And in this case, this is a head and shoulders. It's not really a W. So it looks a little bit different, but same setup, same exact setup.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they threw an M every time, everybody would catch it. They can't do that. It has to look a little bit different every time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes even the more perfect the pattern looks, the more likely it's a trap. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that's when I used to trade patterns and stuff. When it looked so obvious and everyone saw it, it never worked out. It was almost like they want you to trade, you know.
They know what they're doing. They're professionals. Yeah. If there was ever a professional, it's them, the market makers.
That's it.
And also, like, let's start with the ES. I like the ES. So we
hey, there we go. You like the ES. He admitted it.
I heard you say that before, Amy.
No, I like what I see now in the ES to go short. Maybe for
I'm writing down the timestamp.
Next.
I'm gonna get that clip, and I'm gonna play that clip every time.
Yeah. No. You got me on this one. Okay. I have to be careful. But on ES there is a potential like failure or double top or whatever you call it. So we have this failure here. We had this big push retracement, and here we fail. So we could come take those lows or coming back. Even there is some gaps here we still didn't feel like like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So for the next week, I will be looking for something like this on ES and NQ. So we start rejecting here. There is 3 hours left for the daily candle to close. Yes, we could see like it came back to this week here, tested, but I think this is a failure here. So when it's a failure, there is high chance that at least we will take this low right here. There is this gap right here is still not filled. This gap here, this one, it was filled, but not fully, but mostly this one right here. That
one was a long time ago now. And I was surprised it got close to filling it at one point, and then it just did a massive reversal. That was sneaky, very sneaky.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee you a lot of people put their take profits on that gap, and they got that close to filling it, and then.
Yeah, that's That's 100% true. Like, it's imagine like you sell, now you are in drawdown for 3-4 points, but it was not touched. Okay, let me see on 4 hours. Yeah, we never came back to this gap. So this is a setup I will be looking for, especially starting from next week on the daily. This is a potential failure, coming back at least to this gap right here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 100% long term. Yeah.
Go back to E. Yep.
It's almost broken through that gap right now. My trade will hopefully be in time. Got under an hour to get this going. Hopefully.
Let's see.
All right, let's pull it up. Probably still take another 20 minutes or so. Who knows? But it can happen quick, to be fair. But we're almost there. Can also just say, I mean, pat me on the back here. How perfect was that prediction so far? Right. So it will come to here. We'll go back down to here, and then it will break through. And now it just needs to do the last bit of the prediction. Come back in once it breaks through, and then continue up.
No, that's nearly perfect.
That's the one time it won't do it. It'll do everything else, and then and what's going to happen is it's going to break through and then just crash down.
No, that's the last thing I want.
This is the trade Aymane tried to sabotage with his market makers. We got right here when we ended it. And I was like, man, we're definitely getting stopped out. This is a failure. And then magic happened. As soon as Aymane left the live stream, magic all of a sudden. Yeah, it'll probably take a bit of time. Is Trump speaking yet? No, just a nice picture of the White House. Very nice. Very nice.
Musk said to speak. Okay, so now it's 1:30.
Oh, it's not playing. That's why. Oh.
Yeah, it will start in 1:30, which is
7 minutes ago. Should have
7 minutes. Yeah,
a bit delayed. He didn't speak earlier, did he?
Like for sure they will say some stuff. For sure it will be something.
Yeah, 100%. It's pretty cool actually. This little camera, you can just see the White House. Oh look, you got like snipers at the top there.
Yeah.
Very cool. But yeah, I see what he says. Oh, come on, man. This trade just break through. Stop playing around. I know. We all know it's going to do it. Why is it playing about? Who is selling right now? Who's
me?
It's Aymane.
That's exactly right, I'm sure, Aymane. Said me, I'm selling.
Sabotaging another trade, Aymane.
No, not today. Friday, no, not Friday.
It's coming back down. Come on. My prediction was almost perfect. Just all it had to do was break through.
No, I think it will break, come back, retest.
It will. It will just do it like 10 minutes before the session ends. And Trump, nothing with Trump yet. It will do it the moment Trump starts talking, and then everything will get messed up. And I guarantee you, watch, I'll enter the trade, it will start going well, and then Trump will say something and just destroy everything. Stop me out.
Sorry, right. That's when we get messed up.
I can just feel it. Today has been a good day so far, but I can just feel that my luck has run out. It's running empty.
Because Aymane is here, yes?
That's it. I shouldn't show my charts. hide them from Aymane, and everything will go smooth. Let's see if there's any other trades. You were saying Euro US dollar. Let me have a look at Euro US dollar.
Oh, it's looking great.
Let's
I'm
see
about to do my break pretty shortly.
if I agree with Michael or Aymane. Let's have a look.
No, for me, I agree with Michael, because when I check the delta, like it's something is happening on this like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. candle.
Yeah, 100%. I'm in a buy. Well, I haven't actually bought, but I'll be buying. Right off the bat, huge gap there. It did react to it, kind of, you know, kind of slowed down a bit, broke through it, and now hopefully, I'd imagine there might be a retest and then a nice big push up. It depends, actually. This gap might be a bit wrong.
37.95. My bad, 13.75. At 13.75, I move this to break even. We like 10 pips away.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy. I'd be more on the buy side for it. And did it react like this move up? Was it based on something big? Let's draw a volume profile here. Let me just close this out because I can't see anything. There's too many volumes. So it's kind of like one giant gap. You can just see the volume. Just this whole area is just low, trapped between bigger ones. And then, all right, maybe if I pinpoint it a bit, I can probably find. Yeah, there we go. You can see it a lot more clearer now. So there's two of them. One obvious one starts here, and then there's another here to here. Two of them. And the market, yeah, so it faked it out, kind of stopped, had that kind of fake out, took liquidity, and then jumped up. So yeah, I'd be happy that would be a buy as well with Euro US dollar. Oh, here we go. It's coming back to retest it. Let's see exactly where it is actually. If I can, let me get rid of that. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, actually, Euro US dollar is acting like Euro USD, like I said last time. Similar movement.
Euro US dollar is acting like Euro US dollar.
No, actually, like yes, like yes.
Oh, yes. I was gonna say, I was like, what?
Like yes.
There's no obvious one, but there'll be one there. So who knows? So yeah, I would look at something like that as well. And then, is there any other gaps above that? Let's find out. Oh, oops, not 5, 15. That's smooth sailing.
Robert, it's time to short.
It's time to short it, Robert.
Y'all sure this would be I want to. You don't get stopped out. This thing is gone. Especially if this closes as a shift candle here like this. That's gonna be it. Now, obviously, I can't say it's gonna hit TP in this session, but to make it to the Asia high at least, it's a good chance. That's a great chance. I'm gonna be at break even either way. I'm not losing on this day.
That's it. You're already secured
like
it. It's risk
Brian, when I had one of those great games, that's how I feel today. Nothing I throw up is gonna miss.
That's it.
Let's go.
You're already in a risk-free trade, so
yeah,
it's all good.
This thing's looking great.
Oh man, look at that. That's beautiful.
All right, Robert. Robert said LOL short incoming.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at it. Look at the previous day's volume. The lowest gap, furthest one down, when it came back to it earlier today. Oh, beautiful movement. That would have been a lovely scalp. Lovely intraday trade, actually. How many points would that have been? If you targeted, like, I don't know, 30 pips or so, you could have grabbed out of that. That would have been beautiful. Really nice.
So funny enough, Euro USD and GBP USD, they both look alike. And this is what I always say, watch the move, how they happen, especially if pairs kind of act similar. Because Euro USD was nice. It was a banger. Y'all saw me enter it and everything. GBP USD is not ready yet. It's the same setup, but it's not ready yet. It's still moving. Like there is no close above the 50 EMA yet on GBP USD. And also the market baseline is just now getting to above the static line. So it's just not ready yet. The clearer play is Euro USD.
Yeah.
But they look very close. It looked like GBP USD is kind of lagging. But making the same setup, the same pattern, the same move.
So Euro USD would have triggered me in if I took a trade. I'm not going to, but I don't know. I'm not. What do you call it? I'm not good with the Forex stuff. I'm not. I don't know how they move. But if this was like an ES move, I would have entered.
That would have been in, yeah.
And I can't see the foot. Well, I can actually see the footprint. 6E, right? Let's have a look. Oh, I was looking at the. Ooh, looks different on the futures volume. Oh, okay. So tick volume, there was a gap, but in the futures volume, there's no gap. That's interesting.
So I might have to start looking at that.
The volume profile is different on the futures, yeah. Well, technically, then I wouldn't enter because I'd be basing it on the futures, not tick volume. Tick volume is unreliable, sadly. Huh. Wait. I could still, because there's a lot of. All right, now there's a tiny one. There's a tiny one there on the futures, so that would be more likely the entry point right there. Let's look at the footprint real quick. Is anything obvious? Yeah, there's quite a few heavy orders stacked up. Yeah, it would look more like that. Yeah, potential buy. Yeah, I would agree as well. So on the futures, it would be like that as well. Enter here, and then the target. I mean, theoretically, you would target like the highs here, but then your stop will be just below that. That'd be nice. Be real nice. Has ES done anything yet? Oh, come on, man. You kidding me? Still hasn't broken it. It's going to take forever. It's going to take forever. Let me actually add 6E into there. So yeah, something like that. So that would work out quite nicely, actually. Respected that gap quite well, hopefully. On the footprint, you'll see some buyers come in. A bit of pressure. Oh, yeah, look. You don't even need a volume profile to spot the gap here. It's even in the footprint. Look at that. Just disappeared. This whole area of where it jumped. Don't even need the volume profile. That's beautiful. Right there.
I took a trade on NQ.
Go on, show it.
Can you see? Oh.
Nothing yet. Robert, he goes, thanks, Aymane. Grabbed a quick 77.30 off that. NQ for the win. See, Robert's the one making all the money here, man.
So this is the execution. So basically this trade basically was the same way I draw the demand. This is more just a scalp. So we took here the previous candle low, close green, and here we got the continuation, the retest. Also, when the 15 minutes closed, it closed with a big wick at the top. So it's like I had the idea of we will come back, fill this wick, and come to this resistance, this resistance right here. So I executed here, stop loss below the demand, take profit right here. So we will see how it's.
I'm glad you're finally buying it. We're on the same side now.
The only thing he's missing is to trade ES instead of NQ.
ES will just hit the take profit quicker. That's all that will happen.
Y'all hilarious with that.
NQ will stop Aymane out by 1 pip and then go to the take profit. ES won't do that.
Guys, check this out. So this is 5 minutes candle on ES, okay? So let's measure. Let's measure. let's measure, guys. Please follow with me. Let's measure from the bottom until the top. Wow, guys. This is 5 minutes candle. 10
That's
points.
2 candles.
10 points from the bottom till the top. 10 points.
Okay.
Let's check the NQ. From the bottom till the top, 50 points.
Ooh.
More chance of getting stopped out. That's higher risk. Why would you want to up your risk? You know.
So if you are trading ES, it's better to trade Euro USD. It's same.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't like the high risk. You know, I like consistent profits. You know, I don't want to gamble. NQ. If I want that thrill, I'll go to the casino, Aymane.
I think Sam, we should do a video like something like ES trader against NQ. Who will win?
We should. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Oh, the alert did go off, but still got a few minutes. We kind of broke it, but we didn't really truly break it.
That was a good point, Aymane. I just want to throw that out there. That was good.
Yeah, it would be really nice. Like a couple of questions. Do you know your pair? Do you know NQ? Tell me this. Some technical question. It will be great.
Okay.
But of course, NQ team will win.
But ultimately, Aymane, it makes no difference because you're just going to have to lower your position size on NQ if you want to. Do you see what I mean? So how much you move doesn't actually matter.
But you know, like
what we should be measuring is which one respects levels best. You know, which one wicks more, which one does silly stuff like where your stop loss would be, it just kind of taps into it. Which one kind of respects support and resistance more? We should be looking at that as a genuine comparison.
And NQ, to be honest, it's more. I said it last. It's fast. There is a lot of movements. ES, it's like slow.
Sorry. My trade's about to happen, so I'll just pop up my screen.
Okay.
Are you about to hit take profit?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold till take profit. It's fine.
No. It's okay.
It's good. I'll still be a few minutes. It'll be all right. It's just breaking it now. I kind of want to see the candle close anyway.
Yeah. So we have actually this. Oh, okay.
You're sorry.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Right, give me a quick second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
No problem, Michael. I'm going to enter although it didn't truly break it. Let me just quickly, not this one. Oh, that doesn't look great. The amount of come on. I want to see a good What's annoying is it closed literally. Technically, I wouldn't count that as a true break because the candle actually closed within the zone. That's very annoying.
And there is orders at the top if you check.
Yeah, that's what I saw. These big orders here. There could be a bit more of a pushback. I don't think the move is just ready yet. It got so close from potentially giving me something. Let me just check. We got that night. But either way, I'll probably enter within regardless. So, all right. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to look at the depth of market and the footprint. I'm going to see if there's any. I want to see this number, this 1 on the buy side, get quite big. Maybe give me a 4 or something like that, and I'll happily enter. 2 on the sellers, 5 on the sellers. The sellers are still controlling. They're more aggressive right now. It's going to still push down. Still only ones. Still only ones. Give me those bigger numbers. Give me those bigger numbers. I see 112 orders stacked on 8825. 2 on the sellers. Come on. Come on.
Actually, it's a good buy.
3 on the sellers. Still not ready yet. Still not ready yet. 3 on the sellers. I'm going to get the perfect entry. Still not ready yet. 3 on the sellers. 2, 5. There we go. I saw buyers come in. All right. Okay, I'm in.
Ooh. There is some big orders. Let's see.
You just jumped in, Sam?
Yes. Just double checking. I'm pretty sure I saw someone execute a large order on the depth of market, but it happened so quick.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I saw a buyer execute something big, like one big order come in. Still seeing the sellers are quite aggressive as well, which is annoying. But I can't remember which price point that was. That was in the middle, so I don't know who that was. If I went to the buyers or sellers, I have no idea. There's still around 88200. It seems to be the area. 882000. At the bottom of that area. Okay, cool. Where did I actually enter? Oh, it's a different price because it's futures and CFDs. Just double checking.
To all the viewers, we are sorry. So this is just Sam talking to the charts.
You have to put it out at the universe, you know. Law of attraction. You gotta. What's the word? Nah, come on. I wanted like a perfect 0 drawdown type trade.
Okay, here we go. US plans wider China tech sanctions with subsidiary crackdown.
Oh, they actually. Oh, here we go. They are talking. Have you spotted Elon's shirt there? The Doge father. Watch Dogecoin explode right now in value. In fact, let's have a quick look. All right, what's going on with this trade? I might have to get out because I think I made an error here. I am still bullish on it, but it never truly broke, and I got in way. I rushed it. I should have stuck to the plan of it actually breaking, closing quite a bit above, then coming for the retest. Never truly broke, so we're still well. Whoops, what am I doing? Still well within this kind of range, if that makes sense. So, but I'm gonna have a quick look on the footprint if there's an area where I expect price to reject from, then I can I can decide whether I want to hold it or. Yeah, see that puts me off. That huge cluster right there, 2,000. But at the same time, they didn't actually exit, so should be fine. And now it's pushing up. I wish I was looking at depth of market when that happened.
Well, I'm going to bring up the fact that EU closed above that previous structure, so Beautiful. This is looking great. Yeah, this long is looking pretty good. It did pull back a bit, obviously, but it still closed above that previous structure, which I like. So
nice. All right,
we'll
I'm going to set my stop losses and take profits. I'm going to stay in this trade for a bit. So at the top of that high on a that's a 5-minute chart. What am I doing? How's it look on the 15? Okay, top of that, cool. So there, basically. And then the stop loss is just below the 1615 candle, that one. All right, cool. All right, my trade's in, locked and loaded. And in fact, if it breaks and does it properly, like if it actually comes out, closes above and breaks, and then comes back for another retest, I'll enter again. I'll double up on the position. Then I'll be.
Are you that confident, huh?
I'll be that confident, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be just because we hit this area here, you know, and so I know bull wise that's going to move.
So just bringing it up, that is the pattern that I would say, as far as the half a bat pattern, basically. That would be that. The second leg came nowhere near as much as the first one. Close above the next leg or that structure. Perfect. Dang, who do we need the right to be able to annotate on this thing or what? Because it's so crazy that we can't do that.
It's Sam. He's in front of you.
Sam, tell them we need to be able to annotate on these things. Like
I don't own StreamYard, man. Like
why in the world can't I write on the screen right now? That's the weirdest thing.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Is that a feature that you need to add or what?
I can annotate if I do like.
Yeah, but we can't annotate on your screen. Is the problem?
Epic Pen. Then if you download that program, it brings up like a little pen thing. And if you've got a graphics tablet, or you don't even need a graphic, you can use your mouse. But I like to be fancy with a graphics tablet. You can draw once it does load up. You can annotate as much as you like. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, but we should be able to annotate on your screen.
No, I know. But that, unfortunately, impossible. I'll use the graphics.
That's crazy. Like, I don't even know why they don't have it as a feature. It's impossible. That's crazy. Like we should be able to come on here and be like, no, it's right here. Instead of saying go to the left, keep going. I should be able to just come on here and just drawing on the screen.
I think we in probably not too long we are going to be moving to a different platform that will have a lot more features, much better streaming platform. So that is in the works. But anything that's like cloud hosted that we're currently using, that they're just not great. This is probably the best. So you need like to create a whole dedicated server and virtual machines and all this stuff. Like it's quite complicated, but they're working on it. So there will be a much more better system in place for the near future when it comes to these streams. But as of now, unfortunately, no annotations. Come on, close above here, man. 17 seconds. Don't do this.
Give me a so this is like a trap move that you talked about earlier, Aymane. You see how it's low? It closed high above everything, back low. Now we want this green candle right now to close, like this. Close above where it's at right now. That'll give that little extra confirmation in this. Oh, it closed right on the same mark.
Yeah. I mean, technically, you could say it closed above.
Technically above, yeah, a little bit above.
I wouldn't, like, if you look in like previous times, whenever this move plays out, you're looking for an obvious close, not like a couple of pips. Do you know what I mean?
No,
like,
yeah.
Like it has to be undoubtedly, yes, that close below. You know.
Yeah, you might zoom all the way in just to see
find like an example. That's it. All right, so like there was like a gap. A lot of these gaps get filled, obviously, so they disappear, and you can't really tell anymore. But all right, so this one took ages to play out, but theoretically, same idea, right? Like it broke below. Actually, though, it did do it. So you see how that closed nicely below it, came back, dipped right into it, and then shot down. And then eventually came back again a long time later and then reacted hard down. Like that's like an obvious close. I wouldn't even call that a true close. And that's why it's going to keep ranging, going up and down, doing silly stuff. So I'm going to get out of this trade. Well, actually, I don't know, man, because I'm confident it is going to do what I want it to do. Actually, let this 5-minute candle close. If this one closes, because this one could do it and actually close above, so there's no point in getting out. Yeah, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. And on the depth of market, there's no obvious. I'm still looking at, you know, this number here every time it moves. Because that's like an individual. You just saw that. Oh, really hard to see, but if you look really carefully, when that number goes big, you're going to see if it's on the buy side or the sell side. When it's on the buy side, that's an individual, because the depth of the time in sales is a bit sneaky, right? So you might see big numbers coming in, and you think these are separate. These are like one order, right? One person at each line, but that's not true. It groups them together. But this is actually legit. This is like each individual. So when you see a bigger number, that's one individual placing that number. And sometimes like you will see like 30 or something. When you see that 30 contracts and it's in line with your bias, it's like all the confirmation you need that, you know, some big players are also doing the exact same thing you're doing. So that's kind of all you need. But yeah, okay, it broke up quite nicely.
Yes. I TP on that one. Yeah,
I can imagine, because your TP was like here somewhere. So good stuff. Yeah. Now
I'm looking for shorts
when it comes back into that area. Why?
Like
why do you want to short it, man?
He's a contrarian.
Like when we start the meeting, I put an alarm on a supply zone, and now I will wait 6 minutes for this 15-minute to close. If it close inside the 15-minute candle, I think I'm gonna short.
Okay, what I'm gonna do then, because I'm confident that it will come back for a retest, because it has yet to do that. The moment I see the buyers running out of steam and the retest might happen, I will get out of my position, wait for it to come back, and then jump in again. That way I'm not holding through the retracement, and I can get 2 trades that are good rather than, well, do you know what I mean? Holding through unnecessary not even drawdown, but. So I'm going to look at, I can probably see it better here. Oh, I'm looking for that explosive move up. We've got 400, 500. I'll also look if I see any sellers come in. Still on the buyer's T. You can see that explosive move. A lot of buy contracts coming in. They're starting to now slowly absorb. This could be it. This could be the level we stop at, which would also structurally kind of make sense, the bottom of here. That would be an old support turned resistance. in traditional technical analysis. So that kind of lines up. Huge numbers. If it starts going red, and this big candle here is with the huge delta of 509, if that struggles to go up higher, then yeah, that will be the reversal point. So it really depends what happens in this next candle. If we're starting to struggle to push higher, I'm getting out and then wait for that retracement and then jump in again. So we are kind of struggling to break the high of that candle. Give it a little bit more. That's the high. I really want to see it break through there. All right, it's breaking it. It's good. It's good. We're all right. We're good for a bit more. It might actually just go straight to TP. It could potentially do that and then just be a bit of a longer one and then come back a bit later. And then, so this just, oh, starting to drop now. What's going on?
Just
that's
small,
again another big candle here. So you see how that's going red after a huge move up? That's my ticket of where we're probably going to start retracing. So especially if it breaks the low of that candle. If we start breaking below this big candle, so this blue line is now the get the hell out point, we're probably going to retrace. But the buyers are exhausted, right? They've run out of steam. They put all their contracts.
Put it there the last line for buyers.
So these that's just the high and low of the last candle. These lines. So this whole candle, the last one, huge amount of delta on there. Now, if they struggle to push up, that means they're exhausted. So ideally, I want to see it. If I want to stay in the trade, it needs to break above this candle. If it breaks below, then we're probably entering a retracement, a pullback. And it's already starting to move sideways, so it's not looking good.
So I guess what I want to ask you is, why don't you, and I'm just curious to know, why would you put it there instead of below the last red tick? Why don't you put it one area below, so to speak?
What do you mean? The line?
This the part, yeah. This the part where I can't annotate. Like, why would you put it right there? And again, I'm just curious instead of down one.
Yeah, because
like down
it's
one
I know what you mean. All right, one second. I'll explain. I think I might be getting out. So basically, the high and low of this candle, because this candle was the one with huge. So this, you can just about see the candle here. In fact, if I just do candlestick, might make it easier. So this candle was the one with a huge delta, the high of the candle and the low of the candle, right?
Okay.
So
I get you.
It's just within that range, basically, of that candle.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah. Like if it can't break above this candle after printing all those buyers getting in, we're probably not going to go much higher for now. If it breaks below, then there's a good chance as well. Then we're retracing a bit more. They just ran out of steam. Like,
gotcha. That makes sense.
But whilst it's within that candle range, you could say it's just, buyers are taking a bit of time. They're going to pump up again. The sellers are trying. They're not really happening. So it's kind of 50-50 when it's in the middle.
Right.
But if it gets below, I know it's probably going to retrace. If it breaks above, we'll probably go up a little bit more. And then I can play it depending what will happen. And that kind of lines up just because of that structure here. You had this support, which is now resistance, kind of where you would expect some kind of retracement potentially occurring. But it looks like it will just go sideways. Because at the same time, like, I don't want to get out if it will just keep going up and hit my TP.
Exactly.
But I don't want to hold the retracement. Do you know what I mean? So
you don't ever just move your stop loss up just a little bit? Like if you win at 50, move it up to 52, like cover the spread and just whatever happens from there?
Yeah, I mean, I could move the stop loss up, but like realistically speaking, if it goes below that line, this blue line here, I'm manually getting out. So regardless, like, do you know what I mean? Like in my mind, my stop is here, just below the blue line. So the moment it like starts dipping below, like it might do now, I'm manually exiting.
I don't know for ES, but if you check the 15 minutes like delta chart, 15 minutes, it just closed right now. So maybe you 15 minutes. If there is some big clusters at the top, so you need straight. No, okay, no, not the same. Okay,
it's still, the clusters are fine. I think it's just, yes, it's continuing almost. Come on, break. Come on, man. Just seeing who's going to be more aggressive here.
Friday, last few hours on a Friday and the end of the month, they got some magic to work real quick.
We're continuing. It looks like maybe not. Didn't truly break it. Looked like you were about to, but sadly not. But you're right, Aymane. Let's look at the clusters. Maybe on a 5 minute, you can see the cluster a bit better. Nah, there's no major clusters. If anything, the sellers got a...
In ES, no.
Got a cluster.
Okay.
Oh, we're dropping. All right, the retracement looks like it's about to happen. I'll give it a few more seconds. I wanted to see actually a break. Nah, maybe not. It's just going sideways right now. We don't know who is the winner. Or if I see like bigger numbers on the sell side on the actual execution, then I'm probably getting out as well. But at the moment it's all 1, 1, 1, 2 on the buyers. 1, 1. I want to see like 4, 5, something like that. 3 on the buyers. The buyers still got this. They're still very, very aggressive. You just saw like 3 contracts executed. I know that doesn't sound like much, but for some it does make a difference in a weird way. I can't really do the math in my head as to why that. It's like a big number, but it does make a difference. It's weird, man. It's weird. It doesn't make sense sometimes, but it does. It's just more like who is individual, who's more aggressive. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the numbers 2, so 2 for the sellers there. Sellers are picking up steam a bit. It's the first time I've seen them get a bit of a bigger number. 2 for the buyers. Come on. Do something fun. Have the structure look. It's starting to slow down, create a bit of a doji. Potentially might close as a doji.
Like you will hold the retracement sound?
Definitely not. No, I'm getting out.
No.
Because it will retrace back to near my entry. Yeah.
And then the session ends and then it will go to your TP.
Oh!
Did you just close it? Wait. You tell me you didn't close it just yet.
I didn't close it. Hey!
Okay.
No, take profit, just hit. I must have put it a bit lower than trading view. All right, obviously Trump said something.
Nah, Aymane just
because that just exploded out of nowhere.
That was close.
Damn, what just happened?
Sam, we told you should not trade NFP. I told you don't trade them.
That was good. I'm out. Yeah, take profit was here. I put it at the above of that candle there. Yeah. So yeah, nice. All right. Well, that trade just about played out 10 minutes before the session ended. Yeah, so that was good. Whew.
Yes.
I can relax.
Let me run through this really quick. That's what I have to do.
Like go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
It's flying.
Quick. All right. We'll see what this does for the rest of the day. I'm gonna leave it alone. I still. You know what? Actually, I'm not. I'm going to move my stop loss to break even. Let's see what we get. The price is at 51. We at 58. Let's put this at 54. If it takes me out, I don't care. I really don't care. Fill price was in at 13.51. Let's do 31.54. Wait, that's not right. 35.4. Here we go. 13.54. All right, boom. So really quick, just want to show this monster trade today. I was USD CAD short and I was AUD CAD short. You guys remember USD CAD from yesterday?
Yes. Oh, look at that. One candle.
Man.
That must have felt good.
It hurts a little bit sometimes when you get this, because my TP was right here, as you see, and this thing went all the way down here. These are times where I question if I should take my order off at the low, because this, to be honest, is an outlier. Most of the time at the ADR low, which is always, for me, is the dotted orange line like this. It won't really go much further than that most days, which is why I have it exactly to this point. And y'all notice that I always put my TP here. But today is a little bit different. It went it went much further, but absolutely, guys, freaking crushed this trade today. Right, as I always say, 5,200 cross. Right, next move you're looking for is off the 200. And out of those three things, I showed something earlier to my group today. I'm gonna stop sharing because I don't know if I can really share this, but I'm gonna stop sharing really quick, and then I'm gonna bring this up really quick and just show what I was looking at earlier today. Here we go, right here. Visit. Come on, just visit this site for me, please. All right, okay, perfect. So this is exactly what I was looking at. I pointed this out earlier today. This is cool because I always bring up the fact that, you know, sometimes you can't just purely rely on, like when I say it's an M off the 200. Sometimes it's not an M. Sometimes it's an M because it looks like this. Sometimes it's a half a bat because it looks more like this. Y'all know I always mention that. Yeah. And then sometimes it's a head and shoulders pattern that looks like this. So when I say where am I in a cycle and I know I'm in level 1 or level 2, then I say the pattern. I'm not always looking for a bounce or a M. Right? Sometimes it could be what I would call a variation of the theme. It could be an M, it could be half a bat, or it could be head and shoulders, which is what's today. Right? And you guys can see this today. Perfect close. We was all the way up here. Right, like look at where we entered at. Right, like this was nearly perfect, and reason being is price closed below this previous structure. So just like in the half a bat, because technically they have an M where you can take it slightly up here because it closes below the 13, or it's a half a bat and it needs to close below this little nadir. But the head and shoulders and the half a bat are kind of the same. The only difference is the half a bat has one shoulder on the right-hand side, and the head and shoulders has two. It's really close, but this is the only difference, right? But technically, this is a head and shoulders pattern, not a half a bat. So when I draw this like this here, you guys see this, like smash this trade, y'all, like smashed it. It's still it's at its low right now, right? But you have the beautiful.
So this is the trade of the week?
This was the trade of the week, Aymane. You're right. Shoulders, head, breakdown, shoulder, right?
Knees
and then
and
it dropped a little bit. It came down. It came back and retested the same area and dropped. Look at the incline of how hard it dropped. Like I was literally in this trade from here, as you guys can see. Like right here is where I grabbed this trade. And this thing just, I mean, it fell off the map after that. One candle, boom, right? So beautiful trade today, guys. Like I freaking smashed this trade.
Yeah, that is
I took this on all my accounts. This was, yeah. The market structure here was super, super nice. Right? Everything that we needed for this trade to work out actually happened today. And not only AUD CAD, I know only got 5 minutes left. I mean USD CAD, but we also hit this on AUD CAD today. Just crazy.
Nice.
Right? Same exact move. Right? 5200 cross. You got the funky head and shoulders pattern again. Right? This one's a little bit different. This is one of those variations of the theme, but just look at the market structure. Down.
Yeah.
Right? And then it dropped. Right? Beautiful. Oh, dang. I mean, take it like that. But yeah, beautiful, 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 beautiful setup afterwards. And again, both of them went further than they would have expected. My TP, as you can see, just like the last one was, remember this blue dash line is what I call a blue tracer, but the orange dotted line is what I call the ADR low or the ADR high. It could have been an ADR high up here either. You know, either way, but it's the ADR, the average daily range for today. So I was expecting it to go here. I don't really like to take trade. I don't like to hold the trades further than this because, I mean, it's a lot of times it just bounces back. So I just normally just take off my whole order right here. So, I mean, crush this trade, guys. Crush both these trades for the last 2 days. The only thing that happened that I'm mad that happened a little bit was Friday, last day of the month. So I didn't put my full position on these. I took 2 halves. So I made 1%. But if it had been any other day, this would have been a 2% trade. I would have hit 1% on both of these trades today. Actually, a little bit further. You see, this one is 0.99, so let's say 1% on that one. And then USD CAD. USD CAD move was a little bit over. So 1.16, right? This would have been a very, very nice trade. And if y'all remember, I called this out yesterday. This exact trade. The only difference was when I took this, I had to close it. I didn't hold this, right? We took this trade, as I mentioned yesterday, here and here when it pulled up, right? But once it just wriggled around, I didn't even make any money off this trade yesterday. I don't hold them to the next sessions on 1 hour trades. But when this came back around like this, closed below right here on this red candle that's below the 13. And these vertical lines should be red, y'all. So I'm rushing because we got to get off. But it should be red. But anyway, these are shorts, obviously. But once this last one closed right here, which would be below this structure here, this little candle, it wasn't much. But if you look at this candle, it closed below this. This trade was good to go. Right? Small pull up. Because you took it right here. Small pull up. I wanted it to come here. As you see, it says crossing is coming back. I wanted to take a second position here, but I couldn't because it was Friday, last day of the month, right? But this huge red candle just smashed this TP. Boom. Yeah. One candle. In 2 hours. You took it here, 1 hour, 2 hour. Boom. Yeah, it went further, went lower. It kind of sucks, but
So sorry to interrupt you. What is the fastest trade like you took, like the duration, fastest duration?
This has hit TP, believe it or not, in 45 minutes before. Like I'm talking about, sometimes it's like 2.5. This candle is huge. This is a huge candle.
Yeah, that trade would have taken what, 3 hours? Less than 3 hours, right? No, because you entered.
This candle.
Sorry. Damn. 60
so it's 1 hour, 1 hour candle of 45 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So 45 minutes, it's the average, like duration, or?
No, so I'm not gonna say the average. You asked me what was the fastest. The fastest was about 45 minutes that I hit TP on a 1 to 2. So this is a 1 to 1.6, right? But this happens often. And this is why I have a 2 hour rule, because once I take the trade and it's confirmed, it shouldn't take long for it to be at least break even. And you see this blew right past break even. It went to take profit. we can even look at the alerts, right? Euro USD stop loss to break even. This is active, but TP hit, SL hit, USD CAD stop loss hit. I was actually out. No, I'm sorry. This is still active. So this didn't take me out or anything. But look at these. These are the main two I'm talking about. Stop loss to break even, TP hit. This happened earlier today. Right.
Nice.
But yeah, banger trades. But yeah, y'all.
Really
that's it. I know it's time.
Oh yeah, didn't even notice. Well, Michael, Aymane, it's been a really good session. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and catch you on Monday.
Thank you guys, like always.
We're boxing now. I don't know why, but
it's all the same sport, y'all. Same sport. Oh, let me close my Euro USD trade real quick. We up $20.
Yeah.
Close it.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just close it real quick. I'm not gonna share the screen. I'm gonna just close it. We done for the day, y'all. That's it. That's it for the week.
Nice. Relax. Have some food.
Yeah.
Go to the beach for Michael.
Go
for
to
us,
the beach.
we don't have that luxury.
That's it.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Robert, take care. We'll see you all soon.
Amen. Robert, Sam. Check y'all next week.
Have a good one.
All right.